Members, before the chairman comes in, I just want to address the point of order that was raised just before the break, which was raised under point 100 in the Constitution, which is about behaviour and conduct. It actually referred to the use of leaflets and props. So I'm going to read you the relevant section from the Constitution. Placards, banners, advertising materials, props and similar items are not permitted in any council meeting and must be covered or removed. That applies to all members in the chamber, whatever their party or group. Okay, so please, thank you for being standing for the Madam Chairman. You'd like to be seated now, please. Councillor Ansah, would you like to speak, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to speak because everybody's had some lunch and they'll be dropping to sleep in a bit. I'd like to start by obviously thanking Councillor Matthews for presenting our budget, and I'm sure after listening to quite a few of our speakers already, I'm sure some people over there will want to vote reform budget. You've got an opportunity. So, Chair, I would want to start by saying we share the ambitions behind the proposal, supporting more working age adults to live independently, expanding supported living and making better use of technology-enabled care. It's absolutely the right direction to travel. In fact, we are doing this already, as my colleague has said, and the budget proposals continues to support this direction of travel. We are also preventing people going into residential care in the first place. But ambitions must be matched by deliverability and the financial responsibility to doing that. This proposal asks us to transition up to half of 313 under 15s currently in residential care within 3 years. That is over 150 complex individual moves, each one requiring full care reassessment, family engagement, workforce planning, property acquisition, adaptations and safe transition planning. This is not simply an housing problem. It's a highly complex care transformation programme. Our programme has a pipeline for 2026-7 and 27-28. The proposal also assumes 10 million of recurring savings in both years 2 and 3. Those savings are effectively being banked now, but capital investment does not automatically translate into immediate revenue savings. Property acquisition takes time, adaptations take time, recruitment takes time, and not every reassessment will conclude that the move is appropriate. If delivering slips and large capital programmes often do this slip behind, we risk building our medium-term financial strategy on saving that may not be fully materialised. This is not a risk I am prepared to take with services that support some of our most vulnerable residents. Our budget takes a different approach, the reform way. We continue to invest in supporting living, we expand technology-enabled care, we prioritise high-cost appropriate placements, but we do so at a pace that matches workforce capability and housing supply and safe transitional planning. We have also secured a 3.5 million investment by working with our partners through NHSE and Homes England. This is bringing external money into Nottinghamshire for supported living. We will transform adult social care, but we will not gamble with people's care and our council finances at all. As far as I'm concerned, we look after the people, we don't risk any finances, we have to be secure in what we are doing, what we are delivering. Transformation must be safe, lawful, sustainable. This is what our reform budget delivers. With our fantastic staff and also with my deputy, Kelvin. Increasing adult social care visits. There's been some controversy about the charging. This charging is a cost, what it's costing us. It's not about applying additional money. This money should have been collected for the last 9 years, and it wasn't. We could look at it as being responsible in allowing charging policy not to be reviewed on an annual basis, meaning at some point someone would have to review it to ensure it was fit for purpose and that this is the council has done this after 9 years of neglect. So no review in 9 years, so that says it all. Social care isn't free at the point of contact, unlike the health service. And it means tested against affordability to pay. Some pay for all the care, some pay a contribution towards the care, and more importantly, some people don't pay anything when they've been assessed. We would also argue that by not putting them up each year, or putting that additional wages onto it each year, well, 20 million overspending in adult social care, when we look over this, because things weren't addressed earlier. For 9 years, not been addressed. That's lost revenue, or lost covering of our costs. Anyway, I'll think to myself, well, why should I listen to the party that in 2010 sold 12 care homes to the private sector? And in 2011, they sold 6 residential homes, care homes, for 1.9 million. Oh. So, you know, this is social care, isn't it? And they've gone. And 2025, which is not long ago, the leader and deputy leader of the Conservative asked for an increase in their allowances. Well, you know, the budgets are set, we have set them, and we're not prepared to move for individuals. And so much for social care. The 20 million overspend last year, when we took over, it's a lot of money. And they want to manage social care. 20 million overspend, it sounds like they managed it well. Well, fortunately, we've been able to make some dents into that this year, and as a result of that, we're making savings and we're getting back to a standstill position with all the stuff just going on. I think the other thing to mention, service director's comments on page 184, paragraph 3-4, and this is a comment from our 151 officer. The saving proposed for adult social care resulting from a capital investment in the service are at the top end of those that the service believe we can deliver in the first year of the investment. Consequently, they will be challenged to deliver and will require significant management focus and attention. Saving in future years is much doubtful, as it relies on several variables to be successful, including identifying the properties, onboarding of the developers, and the ability to work with families in the transition from one home to another. Consequently, future years' investment may slip or stop as saving because of less achievable. So I would ask people to support the reform budget. And you've still got a chance over there, don't worry. You can still vote for the reform budget. And I'd ask all our colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I now call upon Councillor Introna, please.
Thank you.
Council. Do apologise. Can I just say for us, thank you to all the officers of the County Council that have helped both groups submit their budget and alternative budget. It is appreciated. Thank you very much. This alternative budget is a credit to Councillor Bestwick. He's a new councillor, but he's worked hard to deliver a budget that strives to deliver on the priorities of the people of Nottinghamshire. It sets those priorities clearly, emphasises efficiency, directs funding to those most in need, and above all, reflects what residents are telling us. No vanity projects and no sentimental decisions about council buildings that cost a fortune for us to run. Where this council does succeed is through serious investment in resident priorities and then the practical delivery. Where it fails is through over-promising, under-delivering, that applies to anyone. But even worst of all, telling people what they want to hear and then doing something differently. We may hear the administration talk proudly of their 3.99% council tax increase when they actually campaigned on the failed promises of freezing or cutting council tax. It is Nottinghamshire residents who pay the price of that. So let us ask some questions. Does the reform budget help the most vulnerable? No. We're asking them to pay more. Does it help resolve the highways emergency? No, because it does not go far enough. Does it deliver genuine efficiencies? No. It carries unnecessary costs and misses the opportunity to raise additional funds. For me, two issues have dominated conversations with residents: flooding and roads. Last September, and it was very warmly appreciated, this council unanimously supported a Conservative motion aimed at providing better long-term support for communities affected by flooding. But residents don't want sympathy. They don't want us to just stick our hands up in meetings, nor do they want the isolation, distress, feelings of helplessness and significant psychological strain. They don't want us to blame others. They want us to find solutions and they want action. Our alternative budget commits an additional £7.5 million to highway flood alleviation, reducing significantly the number of clogged drains left unattended, inadequately maintained gullies, and preventable flooding caused by basic maintenance failures. We should be helping residents like mine in Retford that sit waiting for funding to be found for the Environment Agency proposed new culvert system on Blackstoke Lane and Grove Lane, or other project ideas around the county. Only proper investment in flooding defences from this county council and other organisations will maintain homes and protect those homes. I've said before, floodwater doesn't care which way one votes. The second issue, which is the number one concern of every resident I speak to, is highways. And over the past 9 months, like it or not, road conditions have deteriorated significantly. And we can moan and we can whinge that the roads need £400 million to put them right, and it is everybody else's fault. Or we can get on with the hand that's been dealt to us, which was record levels of investment by this Conservative administration previously. Was it perfect in May 25? No, it wasn't. Not at all. But was there an ongoing improvement programme? Were more road projects being delivered? Yes, absolutely they were. But is it better now in February 26? No. Absolutely not. And every resident in the county says the same. We may hear criticism of the Conservative record on highways, but my predecessor, Councillor Neil Clark, increased surface dressing investment from 1.2 million to 9.9 million. Yet reform suggests that they've invented it. He put £4.8 million into winter resilience funding last winter, under the more effective leadership of Sam Smith, and delivered record year-on-year funding to a level of £72 million last year. That was direct investment in infrastructure. That was direct investment in action. The figures speak clearly. Between May 24 and January 25 inclusive, under Conservative leadership, this council delivered 103,000 square metres of patch resurfacing. Under Reform, between May 25 and January 26, that figure stands at 67,000 square metres. 103,000 square metres versus 67,000 square metres. Winter hot box patching, I always struggle with that one, tells a similar story. We can't do it in winter. Well, under Conservatives, 18,900 square metres were delivered. Under Reform, that figure is 9,800 square metres. I'll come to that. Leave me. Residents can see the consequences every day in the condition of their streets. Reform have been given a significant handout this year of 26 million by the government. Please let me speak, Leader. But yet things are worse. It's not good enough. That's what our residents say. It is not good enough. The difference is stark. Leadership matters and delivery matters. I do note that a request to our East Midlands Mayor for an additional £19 million. And I would certainly support that. Absolutely. As all funding helps. But it was rejected. And it just shows that our Labour Mayor is just the same. Promised to help councils with highways issues before her election, and then with not £1 but £2 billion, refuses to help. That must be the Labour no way. Our alternative budget commits an extra £90 million to highways over and above the Reform's figure. That includes £20 million winter resurfacing and resilience programmes to ensure reactive winter repairs and Category 1 defects are fixed properly, not repeatedly patched. That programme would support approximately 280 miles of works. That's equivalent to resurfacing every A road in the county or 1,000 streets. It will not divert funding to cosmetic projects like the council car park or flags that would have repaired around 2,000 potholes. It will prioritise the public highway and resident streets, not councillor conveniences. Part of the £90 million commitment includes that £20 million over 3 years for reintroduction of a dedicated winter patching team that we put in place last winter under the Conservatives, when we increased the investment with an extra £4.8 million winter resilience fund. Reform haven't done that. And by not planning for winter and putting winter funding in place, it has hit residents hard and their vehicles even harder. The Reform way. And what has been the Reform leader's response to Nottinghamshire's residents' concerns on the Reform-made highways emergency? Fancy press conferences, blaming previous administrations, blaming the government. And Madam Chairman, whilst some in this chamber talk about it being very easy to make promises when not in power, who remembers? I can't take them out and show you the leaflets that were delivered through my letterbox.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
A year ago.
1, 2, 3.
But
Point of order, Madam Chair. Point of order, 1, 2, 3.
I've stopped my clock.
Only quoting something.
Madam Chairman, would you like me to continue or would you like to...
1, 2, 3. It's a rush.
Madam Chairman, what would you like me to do, Madam? No problem.
You've got to sit down.
Councillor Robinson wants to raise a point of order about the use of props.
I have no props. I've left my wallet out. If that's...
Thank you, Madam Chair. I raised the point of order before lunch and it was postponed to lunch. The monitoring officer then reminded members of the standards in this chamber. This is a debating chamber, not a circus where props get pulled out like clowns. It's a disgrace that people, after a warning by the monitoring officer, continue to have props uncovered on their desk and then raise those when a member is debating and debating serious points. So I would ask that the member, Councillor Smith, who's raised in disagreement to the advice by the monitoring officer, that he should not be heard in this chamber today.
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order, Madam Chairman. Standing order 100. That was disorderly conduct, calling somebody a clown. Oh, you did. You did. And also, Madam Chair, I'd like to point out that for the last 20 years that I have been here, people have been allowed to raise things in the air. And before I'm really suggesting that we cannot debate in a manner that we want to do. Thank you.
Listen, I think we all have to calm down now, please. A bit and start acting properly. We're trying to deal.
Can I make a point of order, Chairman? Having a small A4 document on your desk is not in any way a placard. I'd further remind the meeting that this meeting is subject to the European Convention on Human Rights and members have a right of freedom of expression. Thank you.
What a farce. That'd be great if we were acting out what it's about.
And it's obviously intended for the public anyway, not for us, it's intended for the public.
Councillor Introna, you have 1 minute 50 seconds now to complete your speech. So can you please carry on? And let's have some order, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Before I carry on with my speech, I'd just like to say and point out any leaflet that I did have, as per monitoring officer instructions, is covered up. And I know that Councillor Robertson wasn't directing his comments at me because he's a lovely fellow. I've got a lot of respect for him and he works pretty hard for his community, which is good for him. And he bought me a nice cup of coffee. Okay, so if I may carry on, 1, 2, 3. Who remembers the Tory leaflets and who remembers the Labour leaflets and who remembers the Reform pieces of paper that came through my letterbox? Cut, freeze, reduce, council tax. Well, that wasn't true. Improve road maintenance, that was the first line. Efficient road and footpath repairs, that wasn't true either, unless you count the car park, obviously. That is the Reform way. Promise one thing, do another. Reform said highways were a key priority. Thousands and thousands of potholes around the county, not inspected for over 5 days or more after being reported. Potholes that should have been responded to quickly and filled quickly. May I point out that in my Retford East division, it has 3 other county divisions on its boundary, all with sitting Reform councillors.
1 more minute.
In 2 out of 3 of those divisions, 2 of them haven't even had a face-to-face meeting with the Via Highways Senior District Manager. Almost 10 months and not a single meeting on highways. What does that show about Reform's views of resident priorities and their highways emergency? He says you don't care because you clearly don't enough. You're letting down residents every day you do nothing. You're letting down them in every day you fail to manage properly. The Conservative alternative budget does not chase headlines. It does not tell untruths. It delivers substance. If as councillors we genuinely want to show, last paragraph, Madam Chairman, genuinely want to show residents that they are the priority, that people come before party politics or councillor car parks, then you and we will support your residents and their flooding and pothole misery by supporting this properly costed alternative budget. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Neil Clark to speak, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Cool, crikey. Yes, well,
Actually, Madam Chairman, I want to support Councillor Matthews and thank him and welcome him. His praise of Rushcliffe Borough Council's proposal to freeze council tax. It must be considerable relief to him and the residents of Ratcliffe-on-Soar that RBC is freezing because his election leaflet promised to cut taxes. Yet he forgot that when he presented his increase of 3.999% today. So this Conservative alternative budget is about one simple principle: using council resources efficiently, effectively, and always putting residents first. As Shadow Cabinet Member for Economic Development and Asset Management, I have been proud to help shape this alternative. When you manage assets so they work harder, you generate value, which eases the burden on residents. That is how we were able to undercut Reform's proposed 3.99% council tax increase, while still investing more in frontline priorities. While the Reform leadership wishes to continue operating 2 offices at considerable cost, we have taken a more responsible approach. As it stands, County Hall will cost the council nearly £2 million a year to maintain. There is no longer any need for this council to run 2 expensive offices, especially one that requires tens of millions of pounds spent just to bring it up to standard. We propose relocating staff into a single office and selling County Hall while retaining a stake in the surrounding land to secure future revenue streams. That is long-term economic thinking and what the residents expect. It is about building sustainable income rather than continually passing inefficiencies onto residents through higher taxation. That is one of the reasons we are able to come in below the proposed 3.99% tax hike. We were told the so-called Doge efficiency exercise would root out waste, yet it has taken the Conservative group to identify tangible savings that deliver real change. Across my own division, there are small parcels of council-owned land that serve no meaningful purpose. Under our budget, these will be reviewed and sold where appropriate. That does not just raise capital, it removes ongoing liabilities, insurance and so on. In Cropwell Bishop, in my own division, one such neglected plot, the result of a road straightening, leaving the old bend redundant, was broken into and vandalised, forcing the council to divert time and resources to repair it and protect it from future incursion. Our approach fixes that, and our approach is to obtain best value for any sale, not necessarily the high price, so not a fire sale. We are also harnessing the power of solar energy. By making an upfront investment in solar infrastructure on council buildings, the council will reduce its own energy bills year after year. We generate revenue by selling surplus power back to the grid, and we do so while reducing our environmental footprint. It is fiscally responsible and environmentally responsible at the same time. Even while undercutting Reform's tax increase, we are making the council greener, generating income and reducing expenditure through a single strategic decision. The clearest difference between these budgets is in highways, and highways is a major part of this council's assets. Roads is still the #1 issue raised on the doorstep. In our last administration, we successfully increased the highways budget and added an additional £4.8 million for winter resilience, something this Reform administration have not done. Now we are proposing an additional £90 million for proper road repairs, not temporary fixes. Drastic measures are required, so drastic budgeting is required to deliver them. In the last Conservative administration, use of Viafix was reduced by 60% in favour of large patch repairs. My residents who travel down roads such as Langer Road in Barnston and Main Street in Cropwell Butler, just 2 examples of many, are fed up with the state of the roads. There are several petitions being raised by communities in my Bingham West division as we speak today. They are fed up with the vehicle damage. They are also fed up with near misses caused by faded white lining, like on Church Street in Cropple Bishop. They are fed up with being told that their safety must wait. Guess what? They're fed up with reform. They're already fed up with the reform way. And what do they see instead? Residents are told white lining cannot be undertaken in winter, yet reform had the County Hall car park re-white lined in winter. Imagine how that feels for residents who have been asking for months for basic safety white lines at junctions to be refreshed. It is unfair, downright dangerous, and it's nothing to do with the police either. Our £90 million investment means we can get on top of Cat 1 potholes that are costing residents time and money. It means we can properly resurface roads instead of revisiting the same stretch year after year. It means we can address road markings where they pose genuine safety risks. That is not vanity spending, that is listening to the residents. This alternative budget shows that you can be disciplined with assets, invest intelligently, protect the environment, all while asking residents for less. So today, the choice is clear. Continue with a tax rise built on inefficiency, or support a responsible alternative that generates income, reduces waste, and invests heavily in the roads and services residents rely on every single day. I urge every member in this chamber to support this Conservative alternative budget for the sake
Councillor David Clark to speak, please.
Firstly, I'd like to thank Councillor Matthews and the Reform UK team for putting together a fair and achievable budget. This is a realistic budget and it gets my full support. I cannot support the Conservative amendment because of the lack of details and assumptions that have come out in the officer's report, some of which are quite surprising, if I'm honest. A high degree of risk inherent in this proposal. Borrow more. Additional borrowing, the amendment effectively becoming a borrowing strategy. Savings in future years, more doubtful. This hardly gives you any confidence that these amendments are credible. It seems to be built on selling off the family silver, reliant on the selling of assets, borrowing, and the use of reserves. Now on Conservatives' Facebook, Conservatives are claiming £600,000 direct funding into the community. They fail to mention this figure is over 3 years, beyond the point when Nottinghamshire County Council will actually exist and the new unitary authority commences. The proposal for this budget is £198,000. They also conveniently forgot to mention that it was the Conservatives that slashed the amount that they put into the community's divisional funding system. They took £2,000 a year out of everyone's community fund in the 23-24 budget, meaning local groups and charities that they've been so passionate about now suffered. This is a fantasy budget from people who videoed themselves spreading lies about reform, having the car park resurfaced when we clearly didn't, from the same people who had to make a public apology to a member of parliament recently for, guess what? Spreading untruths. I trust Leader Mick Barton and the Cabinet to deliver the savings they promise, and I fully support the reform budget. The Conservatives have mentioned the highways are suffering from years of decay and underfunding. They forgot to mention that all happened under them. Yep. Everyone knows the potholes we're seeing now as a result of their mismanagement of the highways. They come now with empty promises because they don't have to deliver. If they thought they could do it, why didn't you do it when you was in power? Highways is obviously the top of our lists. Now I know that Councillor Mick, Bert and John will deliver real improvements to the roads, and I therefore will be supporting the Reform UK budget. Real, not fantasy. Thank you.
Councillor Garland to speak, please.
Thank you. So first of all, I'd like to thank the officers and the councillors who put together the budget and the alternative budget. I'd also really like to thank the officers who took time to work with us so that we could understand the budgets. Across the whole budget, we recognise the pressures caused by the government's increase in national living wage and the projected pay rises, and we welcome these as they go a small way to addressing the inequality in our county. I'm now going to consider each portfolio in turn. So adult social care, everyone welcomes the focus on prevention, but are the 10 millions of savings realistic? I'm concerned about the increased charges to users, the most vulnerable in our community. You talk about optimising care packages and technology at scale, but I know old people who are very wary of having technology in their homes. Is this realistic? What are you planning to do that's different next year to realise these savings? There's a bit of a theme to this budget. It feels to me quite a lot of it's on a wing and a prayer. Children, fortunately, the government are underwriting a send overspend, and hopefully this will allow the council to work to provide better, more local and less bureaucratic services for families, which we seem to all agree on. We all agree is needed. On the broader budget, I can't agree more with Councillor Green on the shocking situation of councils being fleeced by private companies making large profits out of our most vulnerable children. I'd like to point out there's a similar issue in housing as well. Preventative work is good, and I welcome the long-term approaches, but it's likely to take more than 1 year to actually achieve these benefits and savings. In fact, the changes are likely to cost more in the first year. How will the planned reduction in social work staffing costs be achieved? I guess it's maybe by reducing agency staff, reducing agency staff, but what measures are planned to improve conditions of staff to encourage them to be directly employed? There's no mention of the environment in the programme of work, and by this I don't just mean reducing CO2, I also mean increasing green spaces and reducing pollution, all of which are important for health and well-being today and in the future. I don't think this is an oversight, I think it was intentional. You've dropped outdoor education just at the time when we want to be helping most children off their screens. This is the only opportunity some children get to appreciate outdoor spaces. We welcome the fact that you recognise the environmental benefits of doing up buildings, and we also welcome the Tory proposal on solar PVs for buildings. But you're halving the carbon management budget and you're completely cutting the Green Investment Fund, Trees for Climate and Green Initiative energy savings. Now, before anybody mentions China to me, just to let you know, China had aimed for peak carbon by 2030. They've been stable since 2024 and their carbon is now falling. I don't know why China's pushed forward on this, but I suspect they recognise that reducing carbon makes them more resilient and self-sufficient, and it's protecting them from pollution, as well as protecting the planet and their people. We want those benefits in Nottinghamshire too. On transport, we welcome the plan to encourage integrated transport to support local facilities. I welcome that so much, and dare I suggest we could call it 15-minute cities. We do support the Tories' additional proposal for parking enforcement vehicles. It's a major issue for all our residents. We note that money is being provided by central government for active travel. Could you confirm that some of this will be going to repair the Greenway from Cotgrave to Ratcliffe-on-Trent? It's a recreational service, but it's incredibly important to a lot of residents. Where's the budget for repairing and replacing the flags that have now gone up? They're already beginning to get tatty in my area. Potholes. I have sympathy for you, having had to pick up on the poison chalice of potholes. The problem has been caused by underinvestment, in part arising from national Tory austerity policies and in part arising from local Tory stop-go policy with Bayer. I can suggest that Bayer could be encouraged to undertake more paid outside work like they used to. They have bases all over the county which could be leveraged. The council just needs more commercial NAS. The Conservative amendment does have good ideas in it on highways, but I have to ask Councillor Clark, why didn't we do this last winter? There's 1 million in the budget for litigation related to roads. I'm trying to get to the bottom of the residents at the moment, bottom of this for the residents, how the council handles these liabilities. But I suspect that's a bit of trusting to luck with the current situation on the roads. 1 million for litigation. Fortunately, very fortunately, you have an extra 47 million from the mayor and the government's trying to deal with these potholes. But the residents expect this to be used to repair potholes, not cut council tax. So taking 1 million in efficiency savings from VIA is wrong. It should be reinvested in our roads, which would fix about 20,000 potholes, I'm told. And I'm surprised at that figure, but that's what I've been told and I've checked twice. I estimate this to be about £2.65 on a Band B house. Now, I suspect people are going to be spending a lot more than that on paying for plasters on their knees and wear and tear on their cars. But in any case, I have other suggestions for savings that come later. I'm pleased to see the increased budget for sustainable homes, but the Tories' plan for the sale of County Hall shows no commercial NAS. Once it's gone, it's gone. It may result in a short-term bung to the council finances, but it will lead to a long-term loss. This fire sale approach sums up the Tory approach. I accept the current use of County Hall space is appalling. I welcome you to come and see it with me. But I've never seen an explanation for the figures for the running costs. Does it include IT? Does it take account of the costs of providing office space to the staff who have to be relocated from there? What choices are being made in the plans to update the building? They've never been discussed widely. There are many options to do this cheaply and efficiently and flexibly, importantly. I agree with closing Trent House, but we need to wait for LGR and until the home working situation settles. The number of cars in County Hall car park continues to increase. County Hall has huge potential to be exploited to house our council and produce services for residents in the new sporting quarter in that area. I'd like to understand why we're paying an extra 220,000 for corporate comms, and I'm also very concerned about the 2 million increase for ICT services. I realise our ICT services are very important and they have to be secure, but I noticed our ICT strategy is out of date. I'm a bit passionate on this, actually. It's 2025, it finished in 25. It talked of technology debt, and I question this. We have amazing, incredible hybrid working facilities most people give their arm and a leg for. The rapid replacement of laptops and phones, is very quick turnover. How resilient are the cloud services? How fit for purpose of third-party software packages? I'd like to see a technical update on the strategy with pressure applied on this budget. You came in saying you would cut council tax, but it's going up by 3.99% this year, and you seem to have committed to increase it every year. You have found it more difficult than you had hoped, and I think we all could have predicted that. Well, we did. You have managed to achieve, the fact you've managed to achieve any cuts is because the government and mayor has given considerable extra funding to Nottinghamshire, with multi-year settlements providing much needed stability and ability to plan finances in a way that hasn't been possible under previous governments. But is your planned lower than allowed increase in council tax safe for Nottinghamshire in the long term? How often in the past has the council budgeted to raise 25 million in capital receipts in one financial year, and how often have they been successful in doing that? When did the council last do large transfers of 15 million from reserves? Is it realistic to predict borrowing requirements increasing by 240 million over 2 years, nearly a third of our entire annual budget? The MTFS proposes savings and efficiencies of 25 million next year. When did the council last achieve savings of that sort of level? I fear this budget is storing up problems for the future. I fear the reform way is simply a triumph of hope over reality. For the sake of people of Nottinghamshire, I hope I'm wrong, but the Labour Group believe we have a responsibility to reject this budget and indeed the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Carr to speak, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, I am an anathema. Councillor Doddy has tried to treat me for it and failed. I am one of those people that the older I get, the more left-wing I become. Yes, I'm proud to be a woke liberal, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Madam Chairman, I've heard some fairy stories today, and I'm sure that there are opposition members sat here thinking, these things are not new. This is what used to happen before. That's what every time a portfolio holder stood up thinking, that's not new. That's what used to happen. It still happens. Anyway, as for claiming scaremongering, well, I'm astounded that Reform can even say that after claims in your leaflets last May. You may not be drastically cutting services yet, but we only have to look across the border into Lincolnshire and Derbyshire to see what they are doing there, the Reform way. And indeed, in Derbyshire, they're selling old people's homes to the private sector. Madam Chairman, Reform have nothing to offer Nottinghamshire. They have nothing to offer the UK. They are basically a retirement home for Conservatives who have failed or were failing. What you do offer is discrimination, division and chaos. That's the Reform way. What do you think? Why do you think we don't knock on your doors and speak to you? It's not that we don't like you, with some exceptions. Some of us don't want to because we don't like what your National Party is saying. Attacking local government officers' pensions that they contribute to. Solidarity with our officers in the room. We will fight that all the way. I don't think Reform are ever going to get a chance to do it, mind, but that's another matter. That's not a good thing to do, is it? Attacking local government officers' pensions. So you sat here praising them while your national leadership stabbed them in the back. That's absolutely appalling. And then there's rolling back discrimination legislation. And a candidate today in Manchester who says you cannot be English if you are...
Point of order, Madam Chair. Speaking to the motion.
I am speaking to the motion, Councillor Wright. And perhaps you should be a bit more careful what you put on Facebook as well.
Madam Chair, if I could clarify.
A candidate today in Manchester who says you cannot be English if you aren't white. Shameful. And shame on any of you that went to support that candidate. Madam Chairman, during the election, people in my division received many leaflets from the Reform way. 3 things were repeated time and time again. 0 tolerance on ASB and crime, not a county council function.
Councillor,
Reduce your council
you are not
tax.
speaking to the motion.
Oh,
Can
well,
you
I've just
please-
mentioned council tax, Madam Chairman. I think that's everything to do with the budget. Thank you. That's again, every time I stand up to speak, you interrupt me, Madam Chairman. I'm beginning to wonder. Reduce your council tax. You're putting it up. Fix the potholes. They are worse. And I disagree with Councillor Gowland. It was improving. It was improving after years of disaster, mainly because the Labour mayor gave them a lot of money and still does, has given them a lot of money, but it was improving. We went away from throwing via fixing potholes to actually squaring it off and sealing it. So it's wrong to say it wasn't improving. That's the Reform way. Say something, do another. As with local government reorganisation, and my goodness, I went to a meeting the other night and people were not happy. Let's focus a little bit more on potholes. Madam Chairman, I'm aware that VIA asked for an extra 1.2 million to support their efforts to put right the winter issues. You can have money to fill in potholes, but if you don't have the human resource to do it, it won't get done, is what officers tell me at VIA. You have given them £200,000 and you've told them that the remaining 1 million has to come from savings and efficiencies. Well, those of us that have been here for a while know what that means. Cuts. Can I just turn to Councillor Green and his anti-capitalist tirade? I don't like what's happening either. It's happening a lot where I live. These homes are springing up everywhere. And so, yeah, they're springing up everywhere. But Rory, I think you're a great chap, and I have to draw your attention to the fact that Nigel Farage, Robert Jenrick, Suella Braverman, Richard Tyson, Zia Youssef are all multi-millionaire
Point of order, Chair.
capitalists.
Point of order 70.
That's the reform way. A word of warning to the finance portfolio holder. Failing to manage debt is a recipe for disaster. A recipe for disaster. The reform way. Madam Chair, I will not vote for this budget, as I see it as smack in the face to those 33% that voted reform in Nottinghamshire last May, and not at all a surprise to the 67% who didn't. Thank you.
We have 13 speakers left. I'm now going to call on Councillor Doddy, please, to stand.
Thanks very much indeed. And Councillor Carr mentioning that I had to look after him once. My therapist tells me I may eventually recover, but it could take some time. This is, believe it or not, my 14th budget. Ooh. It behooves me to go back to 2012 and go through each and every one of those budgets to see what's different about this budget. But I'm going to skip that. And I'm going to say this budget has been delivered by something that I've never seen in 14 years. This budget's been delivered by something truly unique. This budget has been delivered by a successful multi-millionaire businessman who understands business, who can stand here and look at a budget of 1.6 billion and understand it. It's been delivered by a deputy who is a high-powered accountant who not only works with companies but has looked at multi-million pound companies. In 8 months, 2 working, experienced individuals have come into a completely new area, a completely new zone, and took such ownership of it, took such control of it, and so such beautiful insight into it that it amazes me. The best thing I've seen in 14 years. And I'll tell you, anybody who can find £44 million worth of savings, anybody who can transfer that £44 million of savings into a lower increase in tax at 3.99% and still improve services to the people of Nottinghamshire has done nothing less than found the holy grail of budgets. I congratulate Councillor Matthews, and I congratulate. Thank you. Somebody said I had 2 hours over there. I might go around and take everybody's house. 3 words we all know now. Family. You've forgotten it.
Communities.
Community. There was a pause for dramatic action. Sorry. Family, community and county. And of course, we're never going to forget that. I'm delighted that Councillor Matthews introduced the 5-year plan, 2026 to 2029. And within that plan, we talked about stronger families. Councillor Green spoke very elegantly about what he was doing for stronger families. Hubs, places where families can get resilience, where kids can go to school and be able to actually go to the toilet and tie their own shoelaces and be school ready. Places where hopefully antenatal care will decrease smoking amongst pregnant women. Yes. Hopefully a place where communities will come together and create stronger families. We're going to have safer communities, as Dawn pointed out, as we move forward, and we're going to have a connected county. My role is in charge of the Health and Wellbeing Board, being the chair of the Health and Wellbeing Board, and never has it been more important in the history of Nottinghamshire County Council as we deal with the 10-year plan from the government. The 10-year plan from the government said you will move people out from hospitals and put them in the communities. It said that you will move from analogue to digital, and it said you will move from disease to prevention. It has charged the chair of the Health and Wellbeing Board with the job of creating the neighbourhood teams which will form the basis of keeping people behind their own front door, Councillor Wright. And that is the challenge going forward, to bring people together, to get them safe in their own communities and keep them there for as long as possible. A lot has been said around communities. And let me tell you, the Health and Wellbeing Board is bringing a joint strategic needs assessment on domestic abuse in a week or two's time. It's bringing a joint strategic needs assessment on autism. It's bringing one on learning disabilities. And one that I would like to share with you that I personally requested, and we've heard it time and time and time again here today, is one on flooding, but not about the water. I have asked for an investigation into the psychological and physical long-term effects of repeated serial traumatisation of people whose houses are flooded year after year after year. From October to March, they live in fear. They won't go on holidays. They can't get insurance. I've seen diabetics whose control has gone out of all sorts of ranges. I've seen depression. I've seen suicide. I've seen alcoholism. I've seen obesity. I've seen relationships blown apart by the effects of flooding time and time again on communities. This is not about the water. This is about the long-term effects. And I have personally requested a joint strategic needs assessment from the Public Health Department to deal with that. These are the type of things that a balanced budget frees the Health and Wellbeing Board up to do to improve the health and wellbeing of the community. Now, it's no surprise that there are other factors out there that we're becoming engaged with. One is MCA, as we develop our connectivity of the county. There is the 10-year plan, there is local government reorganisation, and we're managing to deal with all of those as well as we can. One of the things that somebody said there was, we can keep people at home, but what do you do next year? Well, that's where the innovation comes in. Is it time for us to build our own workforce? Is it time for us to employ our own carers, to give them jobs, to create a serial platform where they can increase their skills? Is it time for us to reopen nursing homes? Is it time for us to reopen children's homes? Is it time for us? Has the pendulum swung that it's so expensive to do it in other ways that perhaps it's now time for us to do it? The one thing you will get is excitement. The one thing you'll get is innovation. The one thing you'll get is experience. And the one thing you're going to get in the next few years is the reform way. I congratulate the budget, a masterpiece, and reject the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Lee, please.
Chairman, thank you very much. I'm going to start by answering the comment to my left, and I'm sure you will allow me to do this, saying you allowed him to say the same. You're completely right. So I did apologise to Lee after I made a comment, because when we make a mistake, we'll apologise. However, Councillor James Walker-Girling made comments about the monitor officer shedding reports. I wonder if you're going to apologise for saying that the monitor officer shed reports. Also, Councillor Rich, you've been found in breach of the code of conduct, haven't you, in the last council meeting? Sorry, not last council meeting, last children's meeting. Are you going to apologise? Because that's the reform way, right? Say one thing, do another. But anyway, let's get back to what I wanted to state. So the reform way, let's talk about the reform way. We have Councillor John Doddett, who said Point in his
of order,
brief,
do I get to return on that?
No, you don't. Sit down. He hasn't.
Madam Chairman.
What number?
Point of order, do I get to return?
What number?
Call my name.
What number?
1,000. Point of order, 1,000.
Sit down, you've spoken. Okay, carry on.
Councillor Gurley, what is the point of order? Yes.
He's talking about something that I've said in the public domain, and he's taken it out of context. So do I get to return and explain what he's talking about?
No.
Point of clarification. Apologies. Point 91.
Please apologise.
Councillors, I think these personal remarks that are flying around in this chamber are a disgrace. So can we please stick to the subject?
How come you're only looking this way? Captain Invincible.
I'm speaking.
You only look this way, or you only look at council.
I'm sorry, that's very petty. I'm just trying to, because I'm addressing myself to the councillor, who's supposed to be talking about the budget.
Chairman, with the
So
greatest
can you
respect,
continue to
with the greatest
stick to
respect,
the
Chairman.
subject? You have 9 minutes left to speak.
Chairman, thank you. With the greatest respect, you can't allow the opposition to criticise me, not let me come back. Anyway, carrying on. The reform way is to say that they're going to cut tax and then to do the opposite. Today, you will be voting to increase tax. So let's look at the reform way, shall we? John Doddett, you said in your leaflet you were going to cut tax. Today, you'll be increasing council tax. Councillor Joseph Rich, you said you were going to cut tax in your leaflets. Today, you're going to be voting to increase council tax. John Siemens, you said you'd freeze council tax. Today, you're going to be increasing council tax. Wendy Lucas, you said you were going to freeze council tax. Today, you're going to be increasing council tax. Mick Barton, you said you were going to cut council tax, and on the BBC, I think you said you weren't. I've got the leaflet, Mick.
Point of order, Madam Chairman. I've got copies of all my leaflets here. If you'd like to apologise after. Madam Chairman, sorry, I'll let it go. Let it go.
No mention on that.
No mention at all.
It's turning into forest now. Chairman, can I keep going? So, Chairman, so that is the reform way, to say one thing and to do something else. However, let's get on to the main point is they keep saying that they're going to keep County Hall. Well, I was at the Fire Authority last week, 2 weeks ago, and I'm sorry to tell you this, but the City Council are already looking at selling your precious County Hall because they know, as most of us know, is that the reorganisation is going to predominantly include County Hall. Now, if you know this, and I'm sure your financial gurus know this, that if the unitary authority agree the boundary changes, anything within their boundary, they in essence get. So you are going to be handing them around £50 million of a county offices because you're not brave enough to sell it. You know you're going to lose it, but you're giving it to the City Council. Now let's move on. We have, there's loads I could say really. Where do we go? Let's look at what we're going to do. Let's keep positive because in fairness, you look like the opposition, like you're attacking us and saying how great you are when you actually have got no substance whatsoever. And you would actually think that we're the controlling group because we act as a controlling group. Our residents have stated that they want investments in potholes and highways. What have you done? £75,000 on flags. And the councillor states that, oh yeah, we're going to be doing something great with flags. We're going to be putting up advertisements for children's care. That's actually something that we mentioned and emailed officers saying, have you not thought of putting advertisements up like actually the City Council do already? Because actually if you advertise your own services, you don't need planning permission. And now they're trying to take that for theirs. It's really interesting that, saying that's something that we actually said that they should look at. But they spent £75,000 on flags, not potholes. And what is interesting is, I go on their social media quite a lot. And in the past 28 days, they get more criticisms than they do support. And the reason they're getting criticisms is because they got elected saying they were going to cut council tax. They're increasing council tax. And people are seeing the worst roads in a lifetime in Nottinghamshire. And now you don't have to take my word for it, because I actually spoke to Via officers on Wednesday, and they openly admitted to me that
the roads are now worse this year than they ever have been. They've had more reports now than they ever have been. There's more issues now than there ever has been, and that's under reform. And do you know why? Because that's the reform way. And what is really interesting and what is hilarious is you keep blaming this side for everything that we did. Well, you know who was in charge for most of that time? Who? Ben Bradley. Ooh. And who is Ben Bradley now? Isn't he predominantly your boss because he's in charge of local government and elections? So when you criticise this side and the Conservatives, you're criticising Ben Bradley. John, weren't you on this side during 15 years, as you just said, and you voted every single budget for 15 years? So when you criticise the Conservatives, you're also criticising the deputy leader on your side. It is interesting because guess what? It's the reform way. Is you say one thing and do something else. Now, I will give you credit where credit's due because I'm like that. Is I would like to thank you for making an absolute mess of Nottinghamshire. Because the one thing that you have done is, unlike other areas, is people have seen what you will do if you ever get in power. And it will be interesting to see the unitary elections next year, because I'm going to make a prediction now. Half of you will not be re-elected. You won on a 31% swing. You are now at 25%. So most of you that are sat there, and today you're going to be agreeing to a budget increase, even though most of you said you wouldn't in your leaflet, just think, is Councillor Lee going to be stood there on the election night giggling because you've lost your seats because you promised one thing and did something else? It's the reform way. I love it. I'm going to get it on a T-shirt, the reform way. Do nothing, say something else. Say we're not going to increase council tax, increase it. It's great. You're making it so easy for us as an opposition. And something else that you're doing is you're constantly sacking your councillors and moving people around and pretending they've resigned. We all know the truth, don't we? We all know the truth. We all know what's happening. You're in an absolute free fall and you haven't realised it. And something else I would like to thank you for. Anybody looks at electoral calculus and elections like I do. The day before Robert Jemrick, the exiting MP for Newark, will see that the day before he announced he was joining Reform, they had Newark was going to go Reform. The day after Robert Jemrick went to Reform, they had electoral calculus that which point? It was going to say Conservative. So thank you very much, Reform.
What is your point of order?
Point of order, point 70. The member is not speaking to the subject under discussion. None of this has been relevant to even to this council, let alone the discussion.
You're finished. Thank you. Sorry, Cantor, I couldn't hear what you were saying because of the baying crowd. Thank you. Councillor Pearson, please, to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Oh, you, sorry, I've noticed some.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been hearing a lot about the reform way today, and in some ways it's quite inviting. It's a bit of a shining city on a hill. I think the trouble is the way to that shining city on the hill is on a road that's probably flooded and full of potholes. Interestingly, some of you may have seen just over the last half hour that we've got a report of delegated authority to spend £1.8 million on serious road repairs, which I think might tend to indicate that people in Reform are perhaps realising that there are some major issues with the roads. But let me just bring that down a bit and talk about highways investment. Fixing our roads isn't optional, it's essential. I have some 15 parishes in my division and constantly complaints, issues. One place, for example, East Bridgeford. Main Street in East Bridgeford is over a mile long. It's got a lot of new houses in it. A lot of people that are buying expensive new houses. And they've got a road of 1.1 miles that is simply just a chain of potholes. When I went to the last meeting, I was given bills for replacement tyres and suspension repairs. Somebody sent me a photo of a coil spring on his car that had broken. And that's really not acceptable. People are saying to me they're paying twice. They're paying once through council tax, and then again out of their own pockets. Now, in that case, there are no safe crossing points over the road because of pedestrian crossing was never introduced. We need to spend a lot of money on highways, and I'm afraid that the administration is ducking the issue by trying to avoid that. We know that they've asked for a further £19 million from the combined authority, and they unfortunately have said no. The Conservative proposal includes £90 million for highways changes, and that's proper resurfacing. It's not just patching, it's not just joining together the potholes, leaving gaps in between. It dwarfs the modest uplift that's proposed by reform. We need more repair gangs, more machinery, and more long-term solutions rather than temporary fixes. And the JCB Pothole Pro might be a great idea. Some people say it works, some people say it doesn't. But we need more. We believe that residents should feel a sense of civic pride. They shouldn't be ashamed of their localities. Scarce funding shouldn't be diverted into projects that I'm afraid are described as being vanity projects. Some of you might have seen the cartoon in Private Eye last week, which joked that the Union Jack should be taken down and used to fill the potholes. We're a laughing stock. I'm sorry, it's not acceptable. Another issue which I'd just like to make in terms of our proposal is parking enforcement. A small issue, but important to a lot of people. In Bingham, for example, commuters park indiscriminately, they block pavements, they force parents with pushchairs and residents using wheelchairs onto busy roads. Yellow lines mean nothing without enforcement. We only, I think, have something like 3 enforcement teams across the county. We're looking at doubling that. Some of you might have heard that the government are going to give councils more powers to prevent pavement parking. Well, how are we going to enforce that? We only enforce that with more enforcement teams. And we believe actually that will be generally cost neutral because the fines imposed would lead to them being self-funding. So please, please, if you don't take our amendment on board, at least have something of a look at that. Also, community funding. I know it's not very much money. It's 3,000. We're asking for 6,000. But often we do some very good work with that. I've been working with somebody called the Farm Echo Community Farm in Colston. They specialise in taking people often that have learning disabilities or have suffered traumatic injuries and putting them to work in a sort of farm environment. I've given a small grant to help with things like a nesting box and garden tools. Only a few £100. I'd like to give them a lot more, but I can't because my budget is £3,000 and it's all spent up. So, in summary, a vote for the Conservative alternative is to fix roads properly, it's for better adult social care, and it's for a vote that listens to residents across the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Saddington, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well. I learnt nothing from the Chairman of the Children and Young People Education and Send speech. That may be a surprise to you. He rightly thanked the staff and our director, but how is he going to meet the shortfalls? We've been told by you, very proud of yourselves, that you've made £44 million of savings. Well, perhaps you should have looked at the transport for children and seen where to put the money to help those children. And what about the children waiting for the EHCP places? Oh, and please don't, Chairman of the committee, claim the Ravensdale Send School. That was enacted by our administration.
Yeah.
And it's thank you to Councillor Camilleri for that.
And me.
And you. I'm afraid there are no plans. 2 children were mentioned in the speech, but what about the remaining 300 plus children who are waiting for help? A lot of talk, and sadly for our children and our residents, zero detail. Maybe that's what they mean by the reform way. But don't let's go there. I stand here today to support my Conservative colleagues and our alternative budget. A budget that sets out a clear and credible vision for Nottinghamshire and for the residents I represent in the Farndon and Trent division. In my role as Shadow Cabinet Member for Children and Families, Education and Send, I see daily the scale of the challenge we face and the risks posed by current administration's approach. Across my division, in villages such as Elston, Farndon, Middlebeck and Bleasby, local schools will educate SEND children within their settings. That matters. It reflects both the growing level of need within mainstream education and the commitment of school leaders to support children inclusively. But it also highlights the pressures they're under and the responsibility we carry out as a council to ensure provision is sustainable and properly funded. In October 2025, the BBC reported that SEND costs nationally are projected to rise by billions by 2029. Not millions, billions. And you've managed to save 44 million. This month, the Local Government Association warned that SEND pressures could effectively bankrupt 8 out of 10 councils across the country. Against that backdrop, Nottinghamshire Reform Administration claims not only that costs will rise, but savings can somehow be found. That should give every member pause for thought. We have already been warned that the overspend on the high needs block could exceed 30 million, a sharp increase on last year. So how does Reform plan to fund that overspend, at least 10% of it, something Reform have not budgeted for once the government payoff of 90%? How do they identify significant savings when councils of every political colour are grappling with escalating demand and spiralling costs? Either Nottinghamshire have discovered something no other authority has, or the numbers simply do not add up. We've had these warnings. Our Conservative alternative budget takes a different approach. We propose 5 new SEND hubs within existing mainstream schools in the first year, followed by a further 15 the year after. 20 new SEND hubs over 2 years, providing 320 extra places, which we are short of at the moment. Capacity is one of the central pressures driving cost. By increasing specialist provision within existing schools, we reduce the bottleneck that leaves parents desperately searching for suitable placements. Delivering hubs within mainstream schools is strategic. It reduces the need for expensive independent placements. It keeps children closer to their communities and friends. It supports safeguarding, and it avoids placing additional stress on children who may already find long journeys overwhelming. This was not mentioned by your group at all, yet it's of paramount importance. According to the County Council's network, SEND pupils now cost councils close to 10,000 on average to get to the school. Last year, councils spent an average of 9,481 per SEND pupil on transport, and this is projected to rise to almost 11,000 per pupil by 2030-31, due to the fuel costs, inflation, and the increasing use of single occupancy vehicles. Where is that in your budget? Our Conservative budget, alternative budget, mitigates those rising costs by creating more SEND places within mainstream settings that pupils with EHCPs already attend. By expanding provision locally, we cut out the high cost of transport, we reduce reliance on single occupancy vehicles, and we build capacity in the communities where children live. That is how you address structural cost pressure, not by assuming savings will somehow materialise. Our alternative budget also strengthens early intervention and inclusive practice. Expanding local SEND hubs supports earlier identification, more consistent specialist input, and greater collaboration between mainstream and specialist staff. Earlier support means fewer crisis placements, fewer tribunal cases, less reliance on expensive out-of-county provision. It improves outcome for children while protecting the high needs block over the long term. Efficiency cannot come at the expense of most vulnerable children. Savings that exist only on paper quickly become deficits in reality. Now let me turn to our roads. The conditions of highways across Nottinghamshire is once again a major concern. I have reported over and over and over again that the Castle crossing in Newark to the Cattle Market Island, which is an entrance to Newark, needs repairing. I must have been reporting it for 6 months. It's next to the lorry park where heavy vehicles come out. The road is an utter disgrace. Most nights during the last 3 weeks, there have been AA vans parked there as I've gone to and from parish councils, mending somebody's tyre. And in one night, in the pouring rain, a young couple were trying to change their tyre in their car. It's an absolute disgrace, and you should be ashamed of yourselves. In my division, residents tell me as if they feel they need tanks to navigate the craters that have appeared. I think their mission is to avoid the craters.
1 minute left, Councillor.
Pardon? Cars are being damaged, tyres and suspension systems are being replaced at a significant personal cost. And my inbox is full of complaints from residents who are tired of announcements and slogans that never translate into lasting repairs. Before reform took control, significant investment had already improved road conditions. When Sam Smith became our leader, we immediately committed 72 million to road improvements. That investment made a visible difference across the county. Surfaces improved, resurfacing accelerated at 4.8 million, which was invested into winter resilience. And we didn't have roads in the state they're in today. Since reform have taken over, that momentum has faltered. Promises have grown louder, but progress on the ground has slowed and zero has been put into winter resilience.
10 seconds, Councillor.
I appeal to everybody to support this alternative budget. First and foremost, to help our vulnerable children. Not in a waffle that just says we're doing things. What things?
Time's up, Councillor.
We want some death.
Councillor Wilmot to speak, please.
Turn it round a bit better.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. But first of all, I'd like to say my condolences go out to the family of Kate Alsop, an excellent councillor and Mayor of Mansfield. And I thank all the officers and members of this council for the hard work in delivering this budget, even if part of it I do not agree with. Madam Chairman, it does seem once again, and this is from many of the residents of Nottinghamshire, that in setting this budget, little has been considered on how some of the residents are going to pay for the rising council tax. What with the cost of living crisis, the cost of the rise in food and fuel, including electricity and gas, and the cost of car repairs due to the shocking state of our pothole-riddled roads in Nottinghamshire, which of course has meant the cost of issuing your car or insuring your car has just gone through the roof. And it means many of our residents do not know how they will make ends meet. Then you have the carers in our county. Many thousands of people looking after parents and residents with little or no help. And now with extra money to find on top of the extremely hard task of having to look after their loved ones. We've also to remember the council tax rise by the police and the service and the fire service. It all comes to a tidy sum. In the district of Ashfield, they do have at least a reason for a council tax rise. That is the serious cut in their rate support grant by the government. I do support part of the alternative budget. The idea of investing to save in the adult social care budget seems a suggestible, or should I say a sensible suggestion. I also fully support the capital suggestion to obtain 3 extra parking enforcement vehicles to address unsafe and obstructive parking, both outside schools and in town centres. It's been an incredible situation in my area, so I know other areas must be suffering terribly on this. The parking issues are causing havoc, and it is putting children's lives at risk. Now, we all know the problems we are having with SEND, so the extra capital investment suggested towards the SEND hubs in the alternative budget seems sensible, as it will fundamentally improve outcomes for children and young people. Now, the state of our roads needs addressing. This problem cannot continue. I had to use public transport recently, and I thought I was on a fairground ride at Goose Fair, being thrown about due to the vehicle continually driving over many potholes. The repair work, I say, on potholes is distressing and totally unacceptable. Within weeks, the hole reappears. This area needs additional revenue investment, and so the problems are successfully repaired. Now, 3 years ago, new machinery was obtained to improve road repairs. It cost £1 million, I'm told. Now I find it has never been into my area. Well, where is it going? Does anybody know? I do not know if you have noticed, but community groups are fast disappearing through lack of funding. So I do agree with an enhanced councillor divisional fund will go some way in supporting voluntary and community sector organisations, and the suggestion in the alternative budget to raise the CDF to 6,000 seems a reasonable thing to do. One suggestion I do not agree with is leaving County Hall. Sorry, it's bathed in nostalgia. In my opinion, one of the areas in Nottinghamshire we should be very proud of, and set at the side of the River Trent, surrounded by exclusive walks. It's not my situation to get rid of it. And we should be condensing the work in the areas that we use, and rent off the remaining space and use parts of the car park to raise revenue. I would also support a 2.9% rise in council tax. That would be thinking of the residents. Now then, in the budget there seems to be a number of projected overspends. I hope the activity is taking place to sort out this problem. I see in the budget you have approved savings in the next 2 years. I hope you will be monitoring this situation, as if the savings are not delivered, you will have initiatives. I hope you will have initiatives to overcome the problem. The main statutory services of adult and children's social care is a tremendous worry to this council. The risk to this council are significant, with increasing demand and complexity of some cases. I hope we will be asking the Integrated Care Board for a respectable amount of money around the joint funded care. That's essential. It should happen. I hope there is not a risk that the impact of the national living wage could seriously affect our delivery to deliver our services. And I hope it is not a risk that fuel inflation and the associated cost of living crisis that has been compounded by national economic issues could cause a problem in delivering our services. The loss of staff, particularly across the social services network, is a particular worry to us all. I hope that the plan you have in place if the staffing resources diminish, will work. A number of assumptions have been made in the council. I hope on the updated medium-term financial strategy that the assumptions are supported, what will support the delivery and management of an effective, resilient and realistic MTFS. Business rates, income, the medium-term financial strategy makes several assumptions, including council tax policy, business rate income and government grant income. If these assumptions are wrong and the revenue is below expectations, there will be implications for the level of resources. And I hope there is a plan if this happens. In a report out this week, it said that obesity in children is rising. I hope we have a plan on how we are going to combat this terrible problem. Substance misuse is on the rise. There's no doubt about that. And hopefully we are working with the police to identify where the problems are and the areas that they represent. So help can be sent to these places to help with treatment. I hope the mitigations and actions that have been put in place to try and reduce substance misuse will work, because at the present time it is questionable if it is working at present. Madam Chairman, can I say that we have a lot of work to do. There are issues that need to be sorted out, and make sure that all of us are on the same wavelength, because if we're not, it could destroy the issues that we need to get right in this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I call Councillor Martin Wright to speak.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Chairman, I could say, sorry, it's old habit, old habit. I found it quite remarkable to listen to Councillor Lee. He seems more infatuated in reform than he is with his own party's amendment. He never even mentioned it. But anyway, I digress. I should carry on with my prepared speech, which has been altered.
Evan, do you want to remind him to stick to the finger that they were shouting at me all the way through? Hold on. Carry on.
I will. Today is yet another milestone in the history of politics in Nottinghamshire, following on from Reform UK's landslide victory in the local elections of spring-summer 2025. It sees the Reform UK administration propose its first and delivering its first budget to residents in Nottinghamshire. This follows many years of flip-flopping between Labour Party and Conservative parties, with both failing the majority of our residents in so many different areas. Our budget is the first step in changing that trend and making a positive difference. Firstly, though, I must thank Cabinet members, Councillor Matthews, Councillor Rawson, for all their hard work in assembling the budget, and express our deepest gratitude to the 151 officer and his team for their wise guidance and help he's given this administration. Most Cabinet members, with a few exceptions, have already spoken, highlighting what their aims are over the next 12 months and beyond. I may be repeating earlier speakers, but I make no apology for reiterating good news. I see this budget as a fuel to drive the administration's recently approved strategic plan, or our council plan, and thanks to Councillor John Doddy for driving that on, which is based around the watchwords of family, community and county. This budget will secure 400 or so services which we currently provide and lead to improvements in many of them. Good examples are adult social care will make it easier for more service users to remain in their own homes for longer. Home care is usually the preferred choice for service users when care becomes necessary. We'll also look to work with developers to increase extra care provision around the county. Children's social care, Councillor Green's undoubted enthusiasm, to improve outcomes for children will hopefully see more foster carers and kinship carers coming forward, enabling more young people to move from children's homes into loving family homes, improving their life chances and achieving a better value for the taxpayer. Family hubs will focus on giving children the best start in life, with more information and guidance available for parents of young children. The need for expectant mothers to quit smoking will be emphasised and encouraged, along with a focus on vaccination uptake and early years training for children and advice for parents to ensure that children are school ready. Listening to the communities, and yes, we are listening and understand the concerns, particularly around highway maintenance. We are already moving quickly on highway repairs. The Reform Administration has completed 228 kilometres of surface treatments in the first 9 months of the office. That's 140 kilometres more than the last administration did in a whole year. And we can all agree, that more needs to be done. But to say 9 months of a reform-controlled council has caused highway chaos is stupid Tory rhetoric. We will restore preventative maintenance so sadly lacking in previous administrations, together with routine highway gully cleaning and white lining. It also must be remembered that this current Reform administration is still bound by the last Conservative budget and its limitations. Moving to the Conservative amendment, it's so easy to propose something that you're never going to have a chance to deliver. Much of the amendment is proposing things that were already being done or in our plans to do. My question is, why didn't you implement these ideas when you had the chance? Yet again, just like the National Conservative Party, we see ideas tabled that could have been implemented when you had the opportunity. We're already improving adult social care and health, as previously mentioned. Your amendment proposals in this area look increasingly unsustainable. My good friend, the Cabinet Member for Asset Management, is already looking to get better value for asset sales. Historically, past receipts from asset sales by previous administrations have fallen way short of the estimated receipts your alternative budget requires. There is a high element of risk. We are looking to secure more income from our assets we wish to keep. For example, County Hall car park. Wasn't it a good idea to clean it up and reline it so people can pay to park there? Oak House, an £18 million, a building not fit for its intended purpose. I don't consider that to be well spent money by the Conservatives. But until LGR is finalised, we have no idea whether we'll even own it or not. So we'll stay where we are in County Hall. We're already doing more repair work to highways than the last administration, and we'll continue to do so as finances improve and methods change. More placements for young people with special educational needs are already in the pipeline, and the proposal, wait for this, the proposal for the Councillors Divisional Fund per councillor to come from 3,000 to 6,000 is bizarre when you consider that in April 24 it was your lot who reduced it from 5 to 3,000. How stupid is that? Madam Chairman, I gave the amendment the respect it deserved, and it did deserve respect. It took me 10 minutes to read it, but rather unsurprisingly, 10 seconds to dismiss it. Madam Chairman, I will not be supporting the Conservative amendment. I commend the reform budget to this chamber. Thank you.
Councillor Rich, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't really do apologies. I don't really do many thanks. I don't really do give it out a lot. And I want to say thank you to Stuart Matthews and James, sorry about this, Wilson. Apologies. And anyway, so I'm going to support this budget. So as the Vice Chair of Adult Social Care and Health Select Committee, I stand here to say a massive no to the Conservative budget amendment. The Conservative recently asked me on Facebook where I get my figures from. The claim spent of 25 million on technology and moving adults out of residential care is an investment. Let's speak plainly, right? An iPad cannot hold somebody's hand, right? A smart sensor can't help somebody out of bed and making them a cup of tea. Buying gadgets to justify slashing frontline care isn't an investment. It's a spreadsheet excuse for dumping massive burden on unpaid carers. And they don't just mismanage care. The previous administration left our roads where they're crumbling and they've been neglected for years. You only have to look at the state of Sutton Ashfield and the condition around New Cross and the daily nightmares the residents face. A negative of potholes along Mansfield Road, Arton Street, and prime examples of this neglect. They knew about it for years. They only stated getting more active improvements over highway networks in 2025 in the run-up of the last county council elections. I realised this for years, for neglect won't be fixed overnight, but I know reform will fix it. This year we have doubled the length of road where the surface patching has been done, and more resurfacing is being done than ever before, almost doubled what the previous administration averaged during their previous 4 years. Furthermore, my reform colleagues and I are out there reporting nearly 40% more potholes per council than any other group. I am fully convinced that Councillor Barton, Councillor Bingham and Councillor Siemens will deliver all the improvements we need across the county, especially in my division, Ashfield. And that's they are stating our case with MCA for more funding. With the backing, we will finally get the roads around Sutton Ashfield, including New Cross Junction, up to the standard our residents deserve. Reform is fixing our crumble roads and protecting frontline services, and we will not gamble with the lives of elderly and disabled, just like the balance of the books. I urge everyone to vote this dangerous Conservative plan down. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I now call Councillor Wheeler to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I think we just need to cover, a few misconceptions we put out there today. Our budget increases investment into adult social care. Your capital programme has 0 for this year. Ours has £11 million. That's on top of a £404 million revenue budget, which is record investment into adult social care with our budget.
The Conservative way.
I mean, everyone knows, or I hope everyone knows, if not, then I'm sure you can learn that one of the key principles of budget is to invest in capital to either increase your revenue or cut costs. And that's what we are doing with adult social care. I mean, Councillor Green, you rightly talked about some of the firms ripping off our children who are in care. Well, that's the same principle to adults and some of the placements that they're potentially in. So that is why we want to put the money into bringing to more placements so we can bring people back into a place they could call home and to stop the rip-off charges that we're being charged by some providers. But it's also worth saying that it's not just about money, it's quality of life. I've been out there when I was kind of member of adult social care, speaking to our people, and they were really clear. They wanted to be someone they could call home their own, really improve the quality of life. They still want to have independence when they could. And as Councillor President mentioned earlier, we have hundreds of people, hundreds of millions of pounds being spent on 300 people who don't need nursing care, but are still in those expensive placements. So let's give them the chance to live in their own home. And you talk about reducing money into adult social care, then we talked about, I think Councillor Anderson mentioned about the charges going up. It's a political choice. You're right, you can put the charges up. You have the right to charge a fair amount for care. But we made the political choice not to put those charges up, because we didn't feel it was fair that some of the most oldest and vulnerable residents having to pay more for costs when many are retired, they don't have the means to go out and earn more money to pay for those charges. So we took the choice not to. You took the choice to put it up, and that's something you've got to own, rather than make excuses as to why you've done it. And I hate to break it to you about tech and care about that. We introduced that because I can also give the example. Last year on our social care, I brought the leader along to one of the flats where we looked around and showed him about the care, about the sensors we have in place, about the facts, the difference it can make to people living in their own homes. We talked to residents, we talked to carers who absolutely made it clear that they welcomed it. And one of the comments just now, just saying about the fact that an iPad doesn't replace a carer. It's not meant to. And I really encourage you to go and learn about the tech side because it's meant to complement. You have, at the minute, where some people want to sleep for the night, they're having to have carers come in every 3 to 4 hours to make sure they're okay, make sure they're still alive, make sure they don't need care. With the sensors in place, that means that someone can have a good night's sleep, means that there's alert systems of carers will come in if they need to, but they don't need to disturb the residents. We had issues where we had residents with Alzheimer's, with dementia, who were forgetting they'd eaten. And so when carers were coming in, they were forced them to eat. The residents were getting very agitated because they weren't hungry. Now with sensors on bins and kettles, you can tell when someone's had to food. That's just some examples of what tech can do. Not only about saving money, but improving quality of life, which is why we introduced it and why we put you more money into it. So I really encourage you to keep going and put more money into that. So in terms of the rates we talked about, why we're taking people out of these placements, it's possible to do. Therefore, national evidence supports that 36% transition rates. We're modelling at 50% transition rates to bring people back into these properties. So it is achievable, and we have faith in our officers and our teams to deliver that. As has already been said, we put contingency in there because we're being very clear to make it a realistic budget, and that has been acknowledged and signed off by officers. And finally, I've got to go on to what highways like everyone else is. You know, we talked about roads and potholes. I have over 50 potholes in my area that for over 2 weeks have not been inspected, let alone repaired.
Yeah.
And that is the difference in terms of what we've seen to when we were in charge to now. You talk about investment in roads, it's that ability to this resource. And not blaming our via manager district teams. We've got a fantastic district manager, Rushcliffe, who's keeping us up to date all the time. But they're just as frustrated because they're not being given the tools to do the job, like literally in this occasion. So when you talk about the fact that it's our budget that we put in place, even in charge for 8 months, you could have amended the capital budget, you could have amended the revenue budget, you could amend the roads budget if you wanted to. You obviously liked our budget that much, you kept it, so you can't blame us for that one. And the fact is that you've not made these changes, you really need to look at. And finally, on to County Hall, which has been talked about. From a purely selfish point of view, I want to stay at County Hall. 5 minutes from my home, 5 minutes from my division, 2 minutes from the Borough Council, fantastic for me. But it's not about our own personal choices. A note's just gone out on the internet to our staff who've been sent home because the water levels aren't good enough in the office. So you've got our teams who are being sent home because the building isn't good enough for them, yet you want to keep them in that building. So that is the choice we're trying to make, to move people to where they can work properly, where they can be safe and secure to work properly, and actually have the comfort to do that. How can our staff to work in offices where the water isn't right, where the toilets aren't working? So they're the choice we made, because there's a huge amount of capital to put into making that building up to decent standard. And we chose to put money into key services that residents want in terms of roads and up social care, rather than give us a nice view of the river for our office. So that is why we said to move here and why we do work differently. So really ask you to look at that again. It's a shame you're not going to support our budget, because actually I think it should be the sort of budget you want, which is to reduce the increase in council tax, which is to put more money into adults, more money into children's care, more money into communities. And it's really a shame that you can't do this for pure political reasons, that you don't want to go with it because it be in our name. I'm more happy to hand it over to you. You've been enacted it, you're in charge. Crack on, we'd even help you with it if you wanted to, but just put that aside. Please support our budget and let's deliver for our residents. Thank you.
Councillor Girling to speak now, please.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I'd like to apologise because I'm using this not as a placard, I've written a speech on it. Well, absolutely. I think it really tells you everything you need to know about reform. When every time anybody says anything they don't like, you've got Councillor Gurney there or somebody else jumping up and shouting some order of whatever. Yeah, because they don't like it. They don't want us to show people, actually they said they've reduced council tax because they've lied. Yeah, but they don't want that. But that's exactly the reform way. Absolutely. County Hall, okay, and let me get rid of some of the myths that's been said about the fact that they're changing the way they do things. Right, I changed the way we do things. I made it so that when we sell any land or any property, that we always look to see if we can retain any of it to get some income from it. It's always been there. That's so you're not inventing something new. That was there, and that was the same with County Hall. The idea is we'll see how we can utilise it so we can get a good capital receipt, but get a revenue from it. Because if you know anything about this, the biggest killer to this council is not capital; it's revenue, and it's really important to be able to bring the revenue. So that was being done already anyway. And I like you all say you want to stay there because. I mean, because it's a really nice building and we should be proud of it. And nobody said how they're going to get the money to be able to put it to the standard it needs to be. That's what I'll be interested to hear. And one of the things we did as a council, as a leading group, when we talked about selling County Hall, we put it through the full council. So every member had the opportunity to speak about it. It wasn't done through cabinet. It was done so everybody had the opportunity to give their opinion. I hope you follow that lead, because that is a democratic way of doing it. Silos, Christ, heard silos mentioned. You know, we've built more schools than any other county in the country, yeah, because I work well with children and young people services. Yeah, we spent more money on repairing schools than ever before. Yeah, we put extensions in schools. We spent a lot of money on schools because we didn't work in silos. Ravensdale, brilliant initiative. Yeah, it was brought about because one of the councillors, a local councillor, Andre Camilleri, took me to a field and said, This field needs to be used, and that's what we came up with. That's the Conservative way. We've also looked at some of the accommodation that we had. You know, absolutely it wasn't being used right, but we've utilised it. We're saving £2 million a year on it by making it so that it could be supported accommodation for children with disabilities. You know, so we do that. We don't work in silos. That's just a nonsense. So it takes me on to CDF, because a few of you said it now. Council Divisional Fund money. We want to increase it. Yeah, it was reduced under Ben Bradley. He works for you now, or do you work for him? I'm not quite sure how it works. But you've got it. You know, it's like thank you for taking him. You've also taken my incumbent temporary member of Parliament for Newark. Oh, yeah. Thank you for taking him. Roads, right? Roads. Obviously, the roads weren't brilliant when you took over. We're not saying it were. There was in a bit of a state. Yeah, we put a lot of extra money in through Sam, because when Sam became the leader, it was one of the first things he did. Yeah, and because he actually took a grip of it and put the extra money in it. One of the things we could do was patch, yeah, which is better than just filling a pothole. And you can patch the whole year through. So you can patch in winter. Ask yourself a question now. Why haven't you been patching during winter? Because you haven't. That's your decision, not ours. You made the decision not to patch during winter, and you can do that. So that's why the roads are in such a state now, because you haven't patched. No, you haven't. No, don't try and bring me out you did, because you haven't. But you did the car park, you patched the car park. And it made me laugh when Councillor Rich got up. And I know you said don't pick on individuals, but when Councillor Rich got up and talked about technology, and it's not about a laptop can't talk to somebody. You had one of your own councillors standing up and saying how good a right idea it was. You was already doing it, even though we put it in our budget. So you don't even know what your own budget is doing. Your own budget is putting that in, and because it's a good thing to do, because it saves lives. So, you know, I'm not going to be long, because I'm about finished now. But some of you have spoke to me privately and said I'm a Conservative, really. And I've said, well, you're not, because you're... Oh, it's just true. And they're sat there knowing who they are. And I've said, no, you're not, because you sat over there. If you're saying you're a Conservative, really, now's the time to show it and vote for our budget. Thank you.
Councillor Upton to speak, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, how do you follow that? I stand here to represent the residents of the Radcliffe division. My role is pretty simple, really, to make sure their voices are heard and that the budget we pass makes financial sense to them, addresses their concerns and actually delivers something for them. That's why I'm actually supporting the Conservative alternative budget. Over the past 9 months, many of my residents have become increasingly disappointed and frustrated by what they see as inaction and some broken promises, I have to say. What they want now is not slogans, they want some actual delivery. They want a council that priorities items for them. We keep hearing about the roads will get sorted and everything will get done, but try saying that to the residents walking on footpaths, particularly footpaths that are cracked, uneven, and in some places almost unusable. We tend to focus on roads, but I get a lot of complaints about footpaths. There's an awful lot of pedestrians as well as vehicles. Try saying it to those driving down Kirkstone Drive along the 6011 in Gamston towards the Grantham Canal Bridge. These are not minor defects, they are daily frustrations and in some cases safety issues. The funding in the reform budget, in my opinion, simply does not match the scale of the problem. In contrast, the 90 million investment in the Conservative alternative budget sends a clear message. We've heard you, we've listened, and we will act on it. It allows for proper resurfacing rather than endless temporary hole filling. It includes, as we've heard, a plea for reintroducing a dedicated winter team so that repairs continue throughout the year, not just when the weather is convenient. I spent a lifetime in construction, a lot of it was on roads and highways. It can be done, even on a day like today, it can be done. This is what serious commitment looks like. As Councillor Gowland mentioned, I thank her for that. In my division, we have the Radcliffe to Cotgrave Greenway. I mentioned it at the previous full council here. It's a multi-user route that was a real asset to our community. It closed a couple of years ago following severe damage, and since then residents have been told repeatedly there is no money to reopen it. We've met with officers, directors, councillors and MPs. We've written to MCA seeking support, yet the consistent response has been that funding cannot be found. Residents feel ignored. They feel their local asset has simply been written off. I'm tired of telling them there is no money when they see spending elsewhere, in some cases what they think is waste elsewhere. We need a budget that restores confidence and invests in community infrastructures that people actually use. That is also why doubling the councillor divisional fund is so important. I've spent it every year, whatever it's been, as long as I've been on the county council, and it injects money into our communities. It goes straight to the grassroots. It allows councillors to respond quickly and practically. In Radcliffe-on-Trent division, that could mean greater support for organisations such as Scouts, Guides, Boards Brigade, cricket, football, bowls clubs, choirs, many, many more that I've supported over quite a few years. These groups, as I say, provide sports, social connection, warm spaces, meals, rehabilitation, support. They're often run by volunteers, in fact, mainly run by volunteers in my experience. A relatively small grant can make a great difference to these groups between survival and closure. Increasing the CDF amount sends a clear signal. It says to volunteers, parish councils and community leaders, we value what you do. We want to work with you. It strengthens the links between this council and the people it serves. It helps tackle loneliness, supports families under pressure, sustains the local networks that hold communities together. The Conservative alternative budget is quite clear and responsible. It saves taxpayers £5 million. It delivers 90 million to fix potholes and future-proof our roads. It creates new send places through additional hubs so families are not left waiting. It doubles direct funding to local communities. Above all, it actually listens. A vote for this alternative budget is a vote to fix the roads in Radcliffe Division. It's a vote to support the community groups in the Radcliffe Division. It is a vote to expand send provision. It's a vote to spend residents' money wisely and visibly. And a vote against it will be seen by many of my residents and further afield as a vote to continue with higher bills and unmet promises. I urge members in this chamber to support the Conservative alternative budget. Thank you.
Councillor Adams, please.
Oh, it's such a nice welcome I get these days when I stand up. Thank you so much. Okay, so thank you, Madam Chairman, and let me start first of all by congratulating Councillor Stuart Bestwick, because not only are Reform doing their first budget this time, but my good friend Councillor Bestwick has delivered a fantastic budget, backed up by a very strong shadow cabinet team that have looked at all areas that are needed for our county, all things that need delivering, all things that need changing for the better. And they have delivered. They have delivered in such a strong way, ladies and gentlemen, that the Reform budget is just a treading water exercise. It doesn't grow anything, it doesn't change anything in a positive way. In fact, quite the opposite. But what's very interesting, ladies and gentlemen, is on this side, we actually do have a shadow cabinet. And that's a real one. Now, I'm always a big fan of working cross-party, so during the lunch break, I decided to nominate Councillor Sam Smith for the President of the Moon. We've also gone for...
Point of order.
Jeanette Barlow. He's up already, ladies and gentlemen. He didn't take you long. Come on, then.
Point of order number 70. Member is not speaking to the subject under discussion.
Sorry,
Thank you.
I didn't hear that. What is your point of order? Because
Point of order 70, the member is not speaking to the discussion.
what a surprise.
Talking about shadow cabinets, I mean, that's part of this discussion. Oh, I'm so sad for you. You've got nothing to say again, have you? Just like that. Anyway, so moving on. So also we've got a cabinet, shadow cabinet member for Saturn as well, and also Jeanette Barlow has taken up a position for Pluto. So thank you very much. In true cross-board party form, well, you're on the list. In true cross-party working, we've decided to play one with stupid shadow names as well, because that's, you know, we all want to be part of it, don't we? Anyway, in an unusual step, I want to thank Councillor Steve Carr, who's not in the room. So he won't appreciate this. It's never happened before in the history as I've been here as a council. But he spoke a lot of sense. He talked about how the roads are improving under the previous Conservative administration. Now, that is from an independent, ladies and gentlemen. That is not from someone that has jumped from one party to another. And that is somebody who is an independent in this council. So we thank him for that very, very independent view. I think what I'd also like to focus on is a little bit around cockiness. Now, I know we've all got into trouble today with the monitoring officer for throwing bits of paper around and all those sorts of things. Again, thank you very much. But I hope you've all realised that being cocky on leaflets and talking about things that, you know, you realistically can't deliver is no way to run a council. It's no way to run an election. And you've ended up in a situation where now you are the butt of literally all of our jokes. And that's a real shame, because if you'd actually, at the time when you're talking about a council tax freeze, as you did on your leaflet, Councillor Siemens, you would have realised, once you got into this building, the pressures that this council's under. You would realise the pressures as an organisation Nottinghamshire is under. There are many different moving pieces to government, whether that be local or national, and it's very hard to sit there from the outside and go, do you know what we're going to do? We're going to freeze council tax, because when you get here, you do realise how difficult that is. There are so many things that come into it. So I hope you've realised there that doing that was a silly mistake. And back that up as well with talking about not voting for Gedling to go into the city, which, you know, I've not mentioned to you for at least 10 minutes or so, maybe 15. Again, you realise when you get in a political party, there's more challenges involved than just coming up with some great idea that the Conservatives had and saying you'll do the same without understanding what the politics are going to be when you get there. So again, I hope you've learned from that. But don't let me persuade you. In fact, I want to go back again. Oh, Councillor Carr, you're back. I thanked you earlier for your fantastic comments about the road. I'm all right for a coffee, thank you. It's very kind of you to offer. But also, we're hearing from the residents of Nottinghamshire, ladies and gentlemen. They've been on the social media, as we've been talked about, our fantastic social media. I like to say, I think it's very nice of you to say it was fantasy. If that's your fantasy, seeing us on social media, well, you know, there's places for people like you. In terms of the actual roads themselves, the people of Nottinghamshire have very distinct feelings about it. They feel it's a dereliction of duty. They feel it's abject failure. And you might say, well, like we've heard already, well, the roads were, under your administration, struggling as well. They were. We've been through some very difficult times, but we learned. And we came into this listening, and we've always listened to our residents. And it was clear during our last administration that we knew what was coming in winter. We knew what happens in winter every year. If you've lived in Nottinghamshire for any part of your life, you know what happens to the roads in winter. They get absolutely battered by everything. You know, whether it be the latest Chelsea tractor that's coming down the road, or in fact it could be Bruce's tractor coming down the road, you know, or a normal car or a motorbike. There you are, John, I'm being very inclusive there. Then, you know, you realise that roads get damaged at this time of year, particularly the rain and wind is terrible. So, but add on to that, we did that. We came in with a plan. We decided we'd have a winter resilience programme, and that was to stop this stuff. That was to, you can't stop it completely, it was to minimise this stuff. So again, if there's something to take away from this meeting, from this period in office for you, get yourself a resilience package ready for next winter, because I don't want to go through that. My car can't handle another winter like this. I'm thinking about getting some steel wheels on the thing with big tyres just to ensure that I'm not stuck at the side of the road with a flat one again. Stuart, thank you for your budget. You know, like we've already talked about, the figures we believe are built on sand in part, and I think over time that will become obvious. The great thing about the situation is next year you're going to have to do another budget, and we can sit there and we can say, oh look, we were right. or you can say you were right. So whatever happens, someone's going to know they're right at some point. I know you've got quite a few rights in your team. Where are we? Next. Also, I want to confirm, in fact, Mick, can I ask you, well, I can't ask you this question, I'm not allowed to. I'm pointing my question at the chairman. I just want to confirm, has the training now been completed? The council training. Has everybody completed the council training now? The lot. Everybody's done everything, all departments, planning. Right, good. That's what I'm checking for. Because I want to make sure, again, when we raise questions with you in full council, that we're not going to be told that you're waiting for training. I just want to make sure that period is over as well. Labour's an interesting one here. I really don't sort of get why Councillor Clooney was going with a bit of a jab. It is there. It's interesting, an interesting point. And maybe somebody was throwing around the Uniparty point earlier. Well, maybe the Uniparty isn't Conservatives and Labour after all. Maybe it's Reform and Labour. 3.99 you're proposing in terms of council tax. We think 2.99 is a lot better. In fact, we've got 5 million reasons why we think it's a lot better. And I think the people of Nottinghamshire would believe that as well. Just finally, you'll all be relieved to hear, we've just been talking about County Hall, we've just been talking about asset sales, we've been talking about the reasons why I love County Hall. I think it's a stunning building, and arguably it is a gateway to the county. But like Councillor Wheeler's just mentioned, it's gone out on the internet today, the water has dropped to levels that means that people can't work in that building. You know, the worst we've had here is YouTube stop working, you know, but we can at least are able to have a drink of water or a cup of tea or whatever, or flush a toilet. That's not happening at County Hall at the moment, people have to go home. So in terms of losing our ability as a council to operate, we need to be in facilities that are not just good for us, you know, because we're all in here. You've said this building is not fit for purpose. Well, it is, because we're doing part of its process, its purpose now. I understand the floors upstairs are full of people working, and that's why the car park is so busy today. So it is fit for purpose. I also understand, on the last, if I'm right in saying, Keith, we were going to do an extension to the car park. There's available land that we've left that can be extended to a car park when we need it. So to solve that capacity in car park issue, we can do that too. But County Hall is not suitable. As I said, it's a lovely place. I took a group of school kids from my local area to County Hall because it's an incredible place to go. And it does feel like you're around history, and I get it. I get all those feelings. But you have to put all that aside, recognise the most important thing, the biggest thing we do as councillors is we look after our residents and we deliver on our services and our service promises, because that's what matters. Nobody cares about bricks and mortar if you're struggling to get a home visit or a warm meal. You know, it's the last thing that anybody cares about. So let's focus more on the people. Let's focus more on the services. Let's back the Conservative budget, because it's loads better than yours. And thank you very much indeed.
We have, so, councillors, we have 11 more spaces to fill. Well, we've filled them, but so I'm now calling on Councillor Chowdhury, please, to speak.
Yes, sure. Sorry, taking the time. Right. Yeah, first of all, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and the our councillors, fellow councillors, honourable gentlemen councillors. I'd like to thank Mick Barton for his leadership with Stuart Matthew, who's done a fantastic job making this budget excellent for the reform. So we're here to serve the community and the family and the country. So what I would say to you guys, your amendment are completely rejected with all our colleagues. So I'm not going to look at my statement or reports, because you have to speak from your hearts. So basically, Nottingham deserves better. You guys left in mess. We're going to make sure this town and cities get cleared, and we'll make it work in the financial situation. When reform come into the country, we'll serve the country. When we become the UK Prime Minister Nigel Farage, you guys will get to see what the difference. So we're here for our public, and we're going to serve the public. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm now calling on... No, I'm now calling on Councillor On to speak. Your turn will come.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand here today on behalf of the residents of West Bridgeford West. They are asking one very simple question. What exactly are we getting for our council tax? Reform has chosen to increase council tax above inflation, despite promise to cut or freeze it. Not because they had no choice, not because government failed to support them. In fact, they received extra £78 million. But despite all of that, and despite introducing increased charges for adult social care, they still choose to take more money from the residents' pocket. And this is from a party that promised to freeze council tax, a party that promised to find efficiencies, a party that promised to get things sorted. Madam Chair, every single one of those promises has been broken by reform. That is the reform way. Across West Bridgeford West, and I know this is the same in many other divisions, residents are frustrated by the continued failure to address even the basics of infrastructure. Our roads remain in poor condition, potholes reappear shortly after being filled, long-standing drainage problems are left unresolved. Residents living in and around Loughborough Road, Greythorn Drive, Chantry Road, Boxley Drive, and many others are facing these problems every single day. In my division alone, we have seen serious floodings on Wilford Lane and Loughborough Road. Residents deserve proper protection, not excuses. That is why the Conservative alternate budget commits an additional 90 million to complete this crucial repair properly, saving money for the council in the long term and importantly for residents in the short term. People are tired of reporting the same potholes again and again. Our investment would mean repairs that last longer and roads that are more resilient to the weather. Madam Chair, I also want to speak passionately about something that truly changes lives, which is divisional fund. One of the most effective tools we have as councillor is our divisional fund. These funds allow us to respond quickly to local needs, support volunteers, and back small projects that make a real, immediate difference, often for very modest sums. We believe divisional fund should be doubled, enabling councillors of all parties to properly support the residents and organizations they represent. In my division, I provided funding to community centers and local sports clubs. By doubling our divisional funds, we can support more elderly residents, strengthen more community organizations, and invest more in young people and local sports. So my message to the Reform administration is this: you can't ask residents to pay more while failing to deliver the basics. You must invest properly in roads, drainage, and flood resilience. You must empower councillors and communities we serve by increasing the divisional funds. And you must understand what residents want. Not flags, not slogans, but real results. The Conservative alternate budget delivers exactly that. It empowers our residents, it supports our communities, it fixes the basics, and unlike this administration, it keeps its promises. So I request all members to support the Conservative alternate budget. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor James Rawson to speak, please.
Bless you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I offer my thoughts on both the budget and the Conservatives' amendment, I'd like to thank Councillor Matthews for presenting this excellent budget. It's a budget which genuinely challenges the long-established wasteful and inefficient practices of the previous administrations and offers the residents a council which is genuinely built on business-like and properly efficient practices. I'd also like to thank our excellent Section 151 officer, Nigel Stevenson, and his team for their steadfast support throughout the process. Before I take the time to highlight some of the truly excellent initiatives included in this reform budget, I'd like to spend a moment describing the financial situation the previous administration left us with. To be fair, Madam Chair, what we were left with beggars belief. The medium-term financial strategy that the Tories left included a planned funding gap of 18.5 million. In essence, they couldn't even formally plan to cover their costs. Worse still, after allowing portfolio holders to run riot with the finances, that gap widened by another £43 million to 61 million. They say the Tories are no different to the Labour Party. So much so I'm surprised they didn't leave us a Liam Byrne-esque letter saying there's no money left. Worse still, the Tories' financial wonder plan included a black and white strategy to milk the taxpayers with the highest increases to council tax that the fiscal rules would allow. To be precise, they left us with our hands tied to a fiscal strategy that would increase council tax by a full 4.99% for 3 years in succession. Thankfully, as a Reform administration, we tore up the MTFS, because if we hadn't, the Tories would have forced a tax increase on taxpayers of almost 16% over 3 years. Worse still, they set this plan in the broad daylight of the highest living cost crisis of 40 years. Madam Chair, the Conservatives should hang their heads in shame. But less of what the Tories left us with, what are the highlights of the budget we propose today? Before we look at the highlights of each portfolio, let's look at what we've changed principally, particularly in relation to our efficiency programme. Following conversations with senior officers, it quickly became apparent that efficiency and value for money were not a part of the day-to-day business for the Tories. So, in effect, to reverse what had become a culture of waste, this Reform administration set about planning one of the largest efficiency drives that's ever been seen at County Hall. Better still, there were no job cuts to core roles, no job cuts to core services, and plans to deliver over £44 million worth of savings were devised hand in hand with officers. I have over 10 years of experience in the delivery of 10-figure budgets, and during that time, one learning has stood head and shoulders above the rest. Never dictate savings and efficiencies. Only ever develop them hand in glove with those who will be tasked to deliver them. And to the credit of our officers, our efficiency programme did just that. So let's look at some of the key portfolios. In adult social care, we're harnessing cutting-edge technologies to keep people in their homes, close to their own families, and with their own communities for longer. We're also reinvesting an additional £35 million to ensure services can not only be maintained, but improved for those who need additional support. In children's social care, education and SEND, we're driving strategies which will support young people before they form the habits and engage in the lifestyles which will make social care so much more likely. We're investing an additional £76 million in school places and SEND support. This will give our children the best education we can offer. We are also driving additional efficiencies into the cost of SEND transport, and by doing so, we can ensure the services we offer our SEND children are sustainable in the long term. And so to highways. As a Reform administration, we're investing a record-breaking £73 million in our roads and highways next year. And whilst to quote the leader of the Tories, there is no silver bullet for fixing potholes in Nottinghamshire, we have a feeling 73 million will make a hell of a difference. We also plan to make significant capital investments into cutting-edge plant and equipment, which will revolutionise repairs. Communities. Despite many accusations to the contrary, this budget will continue to provide all the necessary funds to keep our network of libraries and youth centres open. We're also pleased to continue to support our Healthy Families programme, together with the very successful Local Communities Fund. I'm pleased to confirm that each and every portfolio will benefit from this budget. But the cherry on the cake, debt is being kept to a minimum by disposing of surplus capital assets. This council has a staggering amount of land, buildings and other capital assets which have sat dormant on the balance sheet for far too long. Had the previous administration rolled up their sleeves and put any effort into disposing and liquidating these assets, maybe they could have shelved their milk the taxpayer strategy. And before our esteemed colleagues bang on about how they paid down debt, let us remember, the residents of Nottinghamshire are no fools. They saw through your pay down the debt spin. They knew, just as we all did, you were paying down debt for headlines while spaffing reserves on portfolios with lost control. Let me remind my Tory colleagues as to exactly what reserves are. They are the taxes of the good people from the likes of Kimberley and Nuttall and all the other wards across Nottinghamshire, which have been saved over many years of hard work and toil. They are not your rainy day piggy bank. So in conclusion, as I'm sure you can imagine, I wholeheartedly support this budget delivered on behalf of this Reform administration. But before I resume my seat, I would be letting my colleagues down if I did not offer my opinions on the Conservatives' amendment. It appears the Conservatives are clearly threat by the political revolution delivered in May, that had the greatest of all epiphanies, a U-turn Keir Starmer himself would be proud of. As if from nowhere, their amendment drops the milk the taxpayer strategy. Long gone are the year-on-year increases of 4.99%. Instead, by sleight of hand, the strategy changes to let's pick a number that's lower than reforms. Again, I remind you, the electorate are not fools. Madam Chair, this amendment is nothing more than a wish list of headline-grabbing ideas that begin with spending money and end with poorly detailed plans as to how to recover the cost. Let's look at a few highlights. Solar panels. Let's look at the plan. Step 1, invite the media to watch you sign a big cheque. Step 2, post a cheque to the Chinese manufacturers to secure some foreign jets. Step 3, hope the sun shines and that a reform government doesn't bin the artificial subsidies that will help to repay the residents' cash. Proposal 2, social care capital investment. Let's again look at their plans. Employ a quango of people to buy property and look busy. More people. Are we sure? Step 2, invite the media to watch us sign some more big cheques. 3, hope and pray that we can save some cash before we have to repay the residents. Oh, one more. Let's have one more. Invest capital to develop parking enforcement. So again, let's look at the detail. Invite the media to watch you sign a big cheque. There's a pattern emerging here. Spend £150,000 on 3 enforcement vehicles.
Yeah, I'm kind of reading along here on the budget. Could you tell us where he's reading that?
Spend £150,000 on just three enforcement vehicles, which we can use to milk the taxpayer. Step 3, hope we can issue enough parking fines to the taxpayer so as to repay the taxpayer for the vehicles the taxpayer financed in the first place. You couldn't make it up. Most of the remainder of this amendment goes on to either copy our plans to invest in roads or shamefully place our SEND children in a litany of isolated porta cabins to save on SEND travel costs. Madam Chair, this amendment mimics at best, this amendment mimics the Reforms Administration's plans to invest in our highways, and at its worst, it spends hundreds of millions of pounds of residents' cash on crazed green projects and what can only be described as spend and pray capital investments. Rest assured, I, like the rest of my Reform colleagues, will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very good. Point of order. Point of order, Madam Chairman. Can I have clarification on the points of order 91, either from the military officer or from the chief executive, that to raise council tax by 16% in 3 years would need at least one council tax rise above 5%, which we're not able to do without a referendum.
Thank you, Councillor. I call Councillor Robertson to speak.
I'm more than happy to clarify. 4.99% compound for 3 years is almost 16%, which is exactly what I said. Get a calculator out.
%15.
Compounded, it is almost 16%. Just why we don't let these people near numbers.
So can we just get on with it? Yeah. Can we just get on with things, please? Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to start with a very quick apology to Councillor Introna. I did cut across him with a point of order when he was making some good points. I did it with the intent to protect the integrity of the debate against the standards of the Constitution. So I do apologise for cutting across you when you were making those points. And I also reciprocate your praise to me. You are a hard-working councillor also. So there you go. Thank you. Okay. First of all, I want to congratulate Councillor Matthews and Councillor Barton for delivering this budget. I appreciate the scale of the task you have faced. It's not about the size of the budget, which is sizable, but it's about the impact that the budget has on everyone's lives. from care to education, libraries to roads, nobody's mentioned yet. Every decision made will have impacts. So to be able to understand and balance these is a challenge. Having read the budget and listened to its presentation this morning by Stuart, I'm impressed, and I believe you've struck the right balance between fairness to the taxpayer and delivery of services. There's plenty of my colleagues who have and will speak eloquently about the proposed substantive budget, so I'll leave them to it. I would like to look at the proposed amendments of the Conservative opposition, and I must admit I was intrigued to read the amended budget proposals brought forward by them. I know that Councillor Bestwick, after breaking bread with him over a pint after some council meetings, is quite keen on history. So I'd like to, in satisfying that interest, give a potted history of the last 8 years of Conservative council tax rises. So in 2018, it was a 4.99% rise. 2019, 3.99% rise. 2020, 3.99% rise. 2021, a 2.99% rise. I may come back to that. 2022, 4% rise. 2023, 4.84% rise. 2024, 4.84% rise. And 2025, a 4.84% rise. As you'll see, the Conservative administration over the last 8 budgets raised council tax by the maximum or close to the maximum without a referendum. Apart from 1 year, 2021. I don't know what the difference was in that year. They might have had a windfall and it might have been a county council election year. So, dear. So it looks that when they like to reduce to 2.99%, it's when it's politically opportune. Okay? I don't believe that 2.99% was done with any fiscal prudence or to the benefit of the taxpayers, more, I believe, to do with political gain. Fast forward to today, and their proposition is once again an increase of 2.99%, 1% lower than the proposed substantive budget. But once again, I don't see this as the Conservatives looking to offer the hard-working taxpayers of Nottinghamshire a fair proposal. All I see is political posturing and an opportunity to share social media content suggesting the Reform Group have voted against some fairly emotive areas of finance. This wouldn't be the first time, and I can already see the Conservative social media content in respect of this amendment. It'll be about Reform voting against lower council tax rises and all the string of fantasy proposals that they put forwards. And judging by the lovely AI graphics and narrative from the Conservatives preceding this meeting, I do not think I am far wrong. I would like to see them prove me wrong on this matter. I somehow doubt you will. Let's look at the detail, though. A large part of this amendment's proposal is to secure 103 million over 3 years through a fire sale of the council's land and assets. But as the Section 151 officer highlights in his report, it is an overzealous assumption, and that this it's an overzealous assumption that this would achieve the amount of money proposed, and therefore there is a high degree of risk inherent in this proposal. It is also noted in the Section 151 officer's report that any slippage in the capital receipts would require additional borrowing to cover these assumptions. And as such, we can start to see the unsound footing these proposals would put the council in. Now, I don't like to be negative. You know me, I don't like to be negative at all. I do like one aspect of the amendment, and it's been covered quite a lot by the Conservatives, and that's the increase in the councillor divisional fund. I'm a big fan of that. As I'm sure everyone in this chamber is aware, I'm a strong advocate for the community and getting funds to hard-working community volunteering organisations. Councillor Dodd and I, we went to visit PCVS the other day to understand their challenges. So, we are engaged with volunteering organisations. They are often the fabric of community, and especially in rural communities. In fact, I recently became the councillor that secured the largest amount of funding for community projects in their division through Local Communities Fund, netting 39,000 across a number of applicants for the Misterton division. Yes, where? However, less about me and the Misterton division. Let's get back to the CDF proposal. I did raise this in a recent group meeting of Reform UK colleagues, more from the perspective of balancing the fact that certain divisions get a £6,000 CDF allowance because they have 2 councillors, while rural areas like mine, and I'm sure Councillor Barlow and Councillor Pearson as well, as single councillors, only get a £3,000 allowance. So I am in support of an uplift. I agree that the divisional fund will get out into community projects and community groups much quicker and much more effectively. However, I won't bring this to debate today because Councillor Matthews has invested a lot of logic to develop this budget. And he works on logic, if you did not know. So it should be a discussion for a future budget debate where this could be properly balanced, not reliant on the sale of Granny's pearls. I do find it quite interesting, though, and come on to the lowering of it. In the 23-24 budget, the Conservative administration cut the divisional fund from 5,000 to 3,000 to make a saving of £132,000. I know a lot of you councillors were there, and I assume you voted for that budget. So don't blame it on Ben Bradley. You know, you voted for that reduction. But what's the difference between now and then? Why are you looking to raise this beyond the previous amount? Or do you know it's not deliverable, but at the time you lowered it, you were criticised by opposition councillors for reducing it and believe it will reflect badly on us if we then vote against it ourselves. Again, political posturing, an opportunity to make some social media posts about Reform voting against councillor divisional funding rather than having a genuine concern for community and the voluntary sector. Without seeming obsessed, I'm going to come back to Councillor Bestwick with regards to this proposal. I understand in the role that you play, Councillor Bestwick, that you had a lot of involvement in its development. And as per the Conservative Facebook post of the 18th of February, which has yourself and Councillor Smith sat there like a poor version of Andy Peters and Ed the Duck in the broom cupboard.
Chairman, point of order, name calling again. You're going to say something, I'm just going to allow it.
I think Andy Peters. Of it. But yes, that post would cement my belief that you were involved. So I'm interested in the position you have taken to dip into the reserves to fund the proposals you put forward. In an article you wrote in the most revered of publications, the Gedling Eye, on the 6th of November 2025, you appear highly critical of the new Reform administration with a veiled suggestion of our incompetence based on a hypothetical position that we would have to reach into reserves or cut services. Your article quotes, "We Conservative councillors are warning that Reform is facing tough choices. Either open the piggy bank of reserves or start cutting the very frontline services they promise to protect."
1 minute left.
Thank you.
Councillor.
Quite clearly written in a way to suggest that neither was a good path to take. I'll leave the other points about Ed the Duck. So I will end on this. The Section 15 officer has reference in his report to a high degree of risk twice. And I think this shows how credible the amendment is. This amendment isn't about prudent fiscal management and putting the taxpayer first. It's about making some headline grabs funded by a fire sale, reserves and borrowing, which I do not think is responsible or credible. I will happily vote down without hesitation this amended budget and vote for the Reform UK substantive budget. Thank you.
Councillor Butler to speak, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, I rise to support the amendment, as you would expect, because it focuses on practical priorities, the roads, flood resilience and strong communities. If I can start with flooding, Tollerton suffered awful flooding a few years ago, and we started a major work to alleviate it and deal with it. And that work has proved to be working. And it shows that the investment is making a difference and proper funding reduces the risk to homes and businesses. And we have to sustain it. We have to keep it going. It's a long-term commitment, and our budget continues this. Moving on to the highways, the roads to reform perhaps. Potholes, we've heard it all. The same ones that are reported time after time after time. We all receive the same automated responses. They will be looked at within 10 days. Well, 10 days, even if it does happen, is a long time when your suspension or tyre's been broken. Residents report the same hole again and again. And the online reporting system is so overloaded that you can't pin any more pins on the maps. And as we've heard, the quality of repairs is a concern as well. In my area, Plumtree Road in Cockgrave, Tollerton, Clipston and Normanton, Main Road, A606, all disastrous at the moment, and we need improvements. And our budget will see to that. And strengthening communities. The increase in divisional funds makes a real difference to small community groups that need money, which is not a lot in the greater scheme of things, but means a lot to them. The Rushcliffe Family Hub, Christmas Toy Appeal, for example, where children were able to open a present on Christmas Day in families who are facing hardship, bring some dignity to them. And that fund makes all the difference. And yes, we do need to increase it. The Cockgrave Community Coffee Club, they meet regularly. They have trips out. They went to a garden centre. For many of their people who don't see people during the week, they only see people at the coffee club. This was the first time they've been anywhere for a long time, thanks to the club itself, but also the funding that I or we as a council were able to help get them as part of that grant. And we know that that sort of scheme helps tackle loneliness and isolation as well, with all the knock-on effects that we all have seen and see all the time, and it's getting worse. So really, much of what I was going to say today has already been said, primarily the potholes. I noticed that we've had a decision come through this afternoon with some emergency repairs, which I think is welcome. It's very necessary, and I believe as well one or two of the roads that I've mentioned are possibly in that list as well. So I'm grateful for that. But it has taken such a long time to get there. The one that comes to mind at the moment is the A606 Melton Road in Normanton on the Wolds, a very fast, busy road. Literally for the last 4 or 5 months, I've lost count of the number of times I've reported the same holes on there time after time, and get the usual response, either it hasn't been inspected or it doesn't meet the criteria. But these are the same holes that only a couple of weeks ago on a Saturday night, the police had to come along and put up accident signs and slow signs by these very same potholes, because there have been 4 vehicles go through them and burst their tyres within the space of a few minutes. Days before that, I drove that way myself, and there were cars in the nearby lay-by with punctures. And despite reporting them to our, I must say, very good via on-the-ground staff, such is the amount of work and catch-up they need to do, and the pressure on them that the work simply wasn't done, and hence we find ourselves in this, what I would call a crisis situation as far as the roads go. So I think you're getting the message that the roads in particular is what our people, our residents are really cross, upset and scared about. I mean, I've had people say to me now, I daren't drive along Main Street in Kinolton or Hickling Lane through Kinolton because I'm scared, especially at night, because I know I'm going to hit a pothole and get a puncture. So that is the scale of the problem we're facing. We could argue until the cows come home as to the reasons why, but our job is now to sort those out. And I hope that you're going to do that. I fear that even this emergency repairs that you've announced today is just a drop in the ocean as to what needs to be done. So really, Madam Chair, what I'm saying is, colleagues, think carefully, listen carefully to what this Conservative amendment is all about. It's not about grandstanding, it's about concentrating on the priorities that mean everything to us but to the people that we represent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Lawton to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Can I concur with the Kate Allsop? I was here when Kate was a councillor. She was a damn good councillor. I was here actually when she was a Conservative councillor as well, and worked closely with her for a number of years. Can I also thank Stuart for producing our shadow budget, of which obviously I will be supporting today. And can I just assure Councillor Walker-Girling, who's not there, that I have never ever flip-flopped in my whole existence, and will never ever do so. So you can be assured of that. Actually, I'm going to talk about what I see and the behaviour of reform and what I see as an arrogant and conceited way of operating in this council. The first action when you took over was to remove all opposition positions of areas of responsibility. Now, you actually did us a really big favour, because what you did was you meant that we directionalised our responses purely in fighting you as an organisation. And so I'd like to thank you as the Deputy Leader, because you made my job a lot easier. And the fact that you utilised it to make spurious claims that you were actually saving money on SRAs was even more useful. In fact, what it did was it meant that you carried out a series of stupid decisions which were made across the whole of the year. And it was quite interesting, at the Governance and Ethics Committee meeting, the external auditor actually brought their audit paper to the meeting and complained about the fact that you tried to politicise a Governance and Ethics Committee meeting, which just shows you how you do not understand how the process operates. You then came up with a conceited decision to put flags all over Nottinghamshire, trying to collect votes using the Union Jack. And actually what you did was you upset a lot of my minority groups across the county. You then introduced stupid decision on car parking, on our car parks at County Hall, and that then tried to justify the decision by using the police. You then tried to poach some of my members to join Reform. You even offered them. You laugh. You even offered them financial inducements, and you also even offered them parliamentary seats in Bassett Law and Mansfield. So that is a conceited way of behaving. So let's come to the budget. Your budget does not take into account that we are going to be going through local government reform. Now, I know that, how can I put it? What's the saying? This is the reform way. I know that some of your members from Gedling and Broxtowe promised that you would keep them out of the city, and they broke their promise by voting for your recommendation. But it is important that we have the funding available in our budget to pay for the LGR process. It's going to be extremely expensive. You make promises that you cannot possibly achieve. I mean, when in advance we knew your council tax increase was going to be 3.99%, my leader went for a meeting with Councillor Matthews, and it was written on his whiteboard. So we knew exactly what you were going to be budgeting. In fact, it was so early in the process
we thought he was throwing us a curveball. And I turned around to him and said, no, don't believe it, don't believe it. But actually, it was true, and we ran with it as a truism. So it's a bit like going into Westminster, isn't it, with a load of papers that you can read exactly what's on them. Barry, I have to say this, I am disappointed in you. The 1.46 million you have put in the budget to increasing charges in adults is wrong.
Shameful.
It's wrong. Okay, that is elderly, vulnerable people that will have to find that money, and they may even not go through the assessment process on the back of it. It is what you've done is wrong, and you should find the money to pay for it and not put the charges up. It's absolutely disgraceful. Okay, your management of the highway, it is very, very simple. The management of the highway is this guy put an extra £4.8 million in right at the start of the process to make sure the officers of Nottinghamshire County Council were the head of the curve, that VIA was ahead of the curve and was mending potholes on a regular basis and mending them properly. You have not done that. And so you are completely and utterly behind the curve. No doubt you will catch up. I'm not saying you won't, and under the tutelage of Bert, I'm sure you will. But you may have to wait till the spring comes. I am going around my parish councils advising them that when they're driving at night, they use Waze. And the reason why I'm advising them is because Waze identifies all the dangerous potholes in the highway so that they don't run into them. Now, we're coming to a serious economic issue as far as this is concerned, because you are affecting people's ability to get round the county. And it's a disgrace. And you should admit to the problems that you created, but then mend it and get on with it. But no, you're not. That's where your conceit comes in as far as the process. You cancel 6 resurfacing schemes. Well, actually 5.5, because what you did was you did half of my patch in Kirkington, but you did the wrong half. You left the half that was worse and did the half that was better. And so as a result, there's massive potholes on the A61, A612. You know, our budget is also making changes, serious changes. We recognise that, I have to say this, your leader, Nigel Farage, promised he was going to do something about SEND. Well, for those members that don't realise, last year SEND cost was 18.1 million. This year it's doubling to 36.7 million. And you've made no provision for it whatsoever. The likelihood is you'll only have to pay 10% of it, but you've still made no provision. Our budget was going to sort out some of the backlog in the SEND children that we have to deal with in this county. And I applaud Stuart for coming up with that idea. You know, it's our budget. I'll tell you what, our budget is achievable because I helped write it. And I've written more budgets than you lot can smoke cigars. I can assure you it'll work, and I can tell you it'll work. I can tell you it'll work because I've set successive budgets that have all worked. Not just one budget as you are at this particular point of time. So I support our amendments, and I hope everybody else in this chamber supports it. And I'd just like to thank Nigel, sat in the corner there, for your help. I'd just like to make a point. For us to be able to put in an opposition budget, it has to be passed as achievable.
1 minute, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Gareth. Gareth, yeah. Sorry, Gareth, I missed you out. Apologise.
Councillor Gamble, would you like to speak, please?
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors, officers and the general public who are viewing online. We've got first coming up, we've covered new ground, but bear with me in such a short period of time. It's been an honour to speak today as chair of the Nottinghamshire Pension Fund Committee and to contribute to this important finance budget discussion. First and foremost, I want to thank Councillor Stuart Matthews, portfolio holder for finance, for bringing forward this budget, producing a responsible and sustainable budget. It's never easy. It's no easy task. And today, rightly, belongs to you. This is Stuart's day. The budget is the single most significant financial moment of the Council's year. And the responsibility that sits with the Chair of Finance is substantial. On his day, he is generously recognised the work of the Pension Fund Committee, my work as Chair, and the Vice Chair, Baz Chowdhury, who's sitting over there. And he's delivered his speech and he's recognised that work, and I do appreciate that, Stuart, I really do. And what I would like to say about Stuart is at County Hall, every day, just after 7, apart from Saturdays and Sundays, I know this because I have chats with Stuart in the early part of the day before most people arrive. That early start, that consistency, that quiet commitment speaks volumes. Leadership is not just what happens in this council chamber, it is about showing up every single day. Councillor Stuart Matthews, you show up, you turn up. Turning to the pension fund, I've been in this role for 10 months. When I was first appointed chair and it was confirmed, I thought, right, this is an awesome responsibility. It's a serious responsibility. And for a brief moment, it felt weighty, even slightly daunting, only briefly. For I put on my auditing and governance hats immediately, and I was determined to hit the ground running. Within a few months, through disciplined benchmark monitoring and robust challenge of our investment managers, we secured our first significant fee reductions in the autumn. That was over £700,000. Since then, continued scrutiny has delivered more than £1 million, and all before Christmas. These are real measurable savings, money that remains to be invested on compounding within the pension fund for the benefit of all our members and employers. Recently, we had a VIP visit to County Hall. Well, it was a VIP to me and to all us this side of the chamber. Richard Tice MP. Thought I'd get your attention. Okay, now Richard Tice singled out the achievement that the Chair and the Vice Chair have done on the pension fund. And when Richard Tice, Deputy Leader of Reform, says in his booming voice, well done, and gives you a round of applause, you know you're on your way. I've genuinely enjoyed serving as chair of the Pension Fund Committee. It's been both a responsibility and a privilege, and it's work that truly matters. Our responsibility is clear: to safeguard retirement, security of thousands of local government employees across Nottinghamshire and others, and the pension fund valued at approximately £7.5 billion, with over 40,000 contributing members and hundreds of contributing employers, spanning both district councils, county councils, schools, and other admitted bodies. We must manage with long-term liabilities prudently, maximising returns within accepted levels of risk. A critical point of that responsibility is performance monitoring. Every investment manager we appoint operates against clearly defined benchmarks. These benchmarks are carefully constructed market comparators. Now, we've delivered in investment management fee reductions of this scale, and in doing so quickly. It's not a straightforward process. It requires detailed analysis, contractual understanding, market awareness, and the confidence to challenge external managers robustly. That can only be achieved through exceptional officers. We've got one of those sitting over there within the pension fund. Their professionalism, expertise, fiduciary attention to detail are a major strength within this authority. They equip members with the evidence needed to make strong, confident decisions. I also want to place on record that none of this would have been possible without the support of my Vice Chair of Nottinghamshire Pension Fund Committee, Councillor Baz Chowdhury, who's sitting over there. His insight, diligence and balanced judgment have been invaluable. He has been a constant sounding board, a constructive challenger, a reliable partner in ensuring we make the right decisions for the long term. Effective leadership is always a team effort, and I'm grateful for his support. And the committee for its strength. It includes counter-councillors sitting over here, and over here, and colleagues from both city and district authorities, pensioner representatives and trade union representatives. It brings together experience from across local government and beyond. Being a county councillor, particularly with financial overall responsibilities, you scrutinise, you challenge, you ask difficult questions. It's not glamorous work. But when you see tangible results, and when that work makes a difference, it reminds you of why you are here and doing it. When I became chair, all I wanted to do was add value. That was my simple objective, to leave the fund stronger than I found it. And when each of us sitting here, within all our individual responsibilities and roles, focuses on adding value, we collectively, as a county council, add value to the whole of Nottinghamshire County Council. Just small improvements matter, benchmark discipline matters, careful scrutiny matters, because over time, just like investments, those improvements compound. We will continue to monitor performance rigorously, review fees, and where benchmarks are not met, and we will ensure that every pound for the pension fund works as hard as the people who pay into it. I am proud of what we have achieved in 10 months and determined to keep adding value for Nottinghamshire in whatever role that may be in the future. Thank you very much.
Councillor Stoll to speak now, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a historic moment for this council. It is one which breaks from the strategy and failures of the past, the Tory way. And I'm glad I've gone quite late in the day, because it's been quite interesting to watch and hear the sheer arrogance that comes from that side of the chamber. We've got the moralising from Councillor Saddington, the grandstanding from Councillor Adams. Councillor Girling, well, who knows where Councillor Girling is, because half the time I think he's away with it. And Councillor John O'Lee, who is obsessed with reform. He's obsessed with reform. He's the kid in the playground that wanted to desperately be liked by reform, and we don't want you. So you're nasty to us. But really,
point of order, I don't want to join reform. I don't want to be associated with them, and I ask him to retract that comment.
We don't want to be associated with you, sir.
Chairman, point of order 90. Well, no, point of order 100.
It's a shame that.
Chairman, point of order 100. He's made an accusation that I want John reform. I want him to retract that comment. I do not want to be associated with that party at any point. I demand a retraction.
It's a shame that the Tory party, with 200 years of history, have descended into that lot. And the sooner that the Tory party.
I'm sorry, Chairman. This is entirely unacceptable.
Listening to all the great speakers from my reform colleagues, particularly Councillor Green, Councillor Donnan, and of course Councillor Matthews.
I just have to say quite clearly, looking at paragraph 100 of the Constitution, making insulting, improper and offensive comments is not acceptable. And I would invite the councillor to speak about the budget and not insult his fellow members.
I would say that they were descriptive comments, but nevertheless, anyway.
Councillor, let's stick to the budget.
I will stick to the budget, Madam Chair. But it was interesting, thank you. Listening to all the great speeches from my reform colleagues so far, it is clear that there is a new way, the reform way. This budget is about getting the council back on firm ground and keeping it there. The reform budget is a balanced budget that stabilises this council and reduces long-term risk. It does that clearly and without pretending that pressures don't exist. When Reform took responsibility last May, the financial position was teetering. Borrowing was out of control, reserves were under serious pressure, and the financial strategy relied too much on kicking the proverbial can down the road the Tory way. Madam Chair, that now ends. The key point about this budget is that it reduces risk. As a direct result of the decisions in this budget, the Council's future borrowing requirement is safely under control, while the outlook for usable reserves is strengthened over the medium term. This gives the Council headroom and, in the process, resilience. And it prevents us heading towards the kind of crisis we've seen elsewhere. The most important change in this budget is how it finally deals with SEND. For years, the SEND deficit was allowed to balloon. Everyone knew it was a problem, but nothing was done. Budgets came and went, and the problem was simply booted down the road by each administration, no doubt each hoping and praying for the day that they would be kicked out of office by the electorate so they wouldn't have to face that big fat elephant in the room.
It won't be long for you.
This budget finally tackles it, the reform way. Following the final local government finance settlement, around 90% of the historic SEND deficit is supported through the High Needs Stability Grant and taken out of the Council's balance sheet. What remains is set out clearly and honestly, no hiding it and pretending it will go away. That alone marks a real change in how this Council is being run by this administration. The capital programme is also grounded in reality. 173 million in 26-27, with spending reducing in later years to what the Council can genuinely afford. Madam Chair, let me be clear. There are no unfunded promises in this budget and no gambling on the future taxpayers of Nottinghamshire. Now on to council tax. Council tax will rise by just 3.99%. This administration chose to come in a full percentage point below the 4.99% ceiling. In an inflationary environment, in real terms, this is as close to a freeze as is possible. Anything lower would mean borrowing more or running down reserves. This budget avoids both. Madam Chair, it doesn't saddle future generations with our debts. That's a choice that this administration has made and is proud to do so. Now let's talk about the opposition amendment. Councillor Bestwick's alternative budget is designed to sound good on Facebook and Instagram. Lower tax, more spending, bigger numbers. But once you peel back the surface, it falls apart. They admit it relies on accelerated asset sales at a scale this council has never ever achieved before, delivered faster than has ever been done and with a high degree of risk. In other words, they would fund ongoing commitments with one-off money with a fire sale of assets, the Tory way. What if asset sales slip? Would Councillor Bestwick literally give away the family jewels to the lowest bidder, hoping to make a few quid? That's what his budget does. If that happens, the result is more borrowing and more pressure on reserves. And guess who foots the bill? That's right, the taxpayer. Madam Chair, that is the height of irresponsibility. That would risk the financial health of this council. And then we come to points 8 and 9 of their budget. They assume that 313 people under the age of 50, many with complex needs, can be moved out of residential care and into supported living at a pace to meet the budget timetable. These are not simple transitions. These are real people with real lives and not pieces on a chessboard. They have safeguarding needs, housing constraints, workforce challenges, and clinical realities. Some transitions may be appropriate, some may take years, some may not be appropriate at all. To make millions of pounds of savings on the assumption that all of this can be delivered quickly is not just financial overreach. It risks turning vulnerable people into columns on a spreadsheet rather than as human beings with dignity. No wonder the Tories were known as the nasty party. Nothing has changed and it never will. The Tory way. The Tories' plan to double the CDF sounds nice, but let's face it, it's a gimmick. Let's remember it was them that cut it a few years back. Now, Madam Chair, let's talk about the dire state of the roads. Whilst an inconvenient truth to many over on that side of the chamber, Tory and Labour members in this chamber, the rot and decay in Nottinghamshire's roads infrastructure happened on their watch. This council is dealing with an inherited highways repair backlog of over £400 million. That backlog built up over years due to scrapped preventative maintenance schemes to save a few quid, which shows their strategic zero thinking under their watch. The Tory and Labour way. This happened over the last 20 years and it won't be fixed overnight. Some members refuse to acknowledge this, but it's the truth, and the public know it. This budget funds highways within what the council can sustain year after year while we work through that backlog responsibly. What the Conservatives, the people who cause this rot, are proposing is trading hard assets for potholes. It's irresponsible, not workable, and designed for social media likes. This budget is about clearing a £400 million backlog the hard way, steadily and sustainably, and without gambling the council's finances. If the Labour group on this council actually want to make themselves useful, get Nottinghamshire Labour MPs to get the necessary cash from Rachel Reeves. Madam Chair, let's be clear about the record. It's a scorched earth policy by the Tories with a fire sale of council-owned assets and rapid transformation were such easy answers. The Conservatives had years in power to deliver them. They didn't. I'll just finish up now, Madam Chair, but I finally want to give my thanks to Councillor Matthews, he's not here at the moment, Councillor Rawson, and of course the leader, Mick Barton, who has worked tirelessly to deliver this budget. I want to also again thank Councillor Barton for your leadership and vision in steering this council forward, in spite of all the nonsense that we're subjected to day in and day out. I'm proud to be supporting this reform budget today and totally reject the Tories' alternative budget. Thank you.
Open the door to speak, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I fully support the budget that's been put forward by Stuart Matthews, who's sadly not stood there. There's been a lot of mention today about additional funding, money misspent, money here, money there. And I just wanted to touch on the flags and the 75k, or the banners that have been mentioned numerous times today. I think actually we missed the point with this where we say it's been a spend of money. It's actually the investment, and I'll explain why. It gives us an additional vehicle to advertise the wonderful work we do as a county council. Forget about the Union Jacks for a moment. There's nothing wrong with civic pride. And let's think about the advertising campaigns we can display around the county council initiatives, for example, the fostering and adoption campaign that may be coming online quite soon in May and June. I think that's brilliant. Let me explain why. Just before my 7th birthday, I was placed into a foster family for about 2 years. Just imagine what that can be like for a young child. You get dropped into a home. I hit the jackpot. Mine had got central heating and a TV. There's someone there who pulls the splinters out of your fingers, someone there to put a plaster on your knee when you fall off the bike that somebody's kindly bought you for the first time. It didn't put me off. Look where I am today. Someone who buys you a pair of comfortable shoes, a coat that keeps the rain off your back. Imagine someone starts to realise you have an aptitude for numbers. Show some advanced reading skills, so they begin to invest time and stimulate you through a bit of additional tuition. Give you more complicated things to solve, books to read that are several years older than may be suited to you. Sound familiar? Perhaps the things your parents did with you may be things you do with your children, your grandchildren. Didn't put me off. Look where I am today. The overriding thing that I felt entering my new foster home was that I felt safe. No longer was I the prey or toy thing of the most vile, twisted, sick human beings who walk the planet. I felt safe. Imagine for a moment what that feels like. Only people who've been within the care system truly understand what that means. It's like a short film that's etched in your memory forever. It never really leaves you. 50 years later, I still carry around the physical and mental scars of what I would term a most challenging childhood. It didn't put me off. Look where I am today. I feel I should remind all the elected members in the chamber that the banners promoting internal service, which I think Councillor Lee alluded to, may require planning permission from individual district and borough councils, potentially. So as we have an assortment of double hatters, planning committee members, experts, deputy district borough leaders, cabinet members, etc., I feel compelled to remind you that shortly after May the 1st, you went to the chief exec and the monitoring officer and signed your declaration. And in turn, that made you a corporate grade parent to over 900 of the most affected children in our wonderful county, already mentioned earlier by Rory Green. You have the authority to step in and protect and support and help the most vulnerable children. So imagine the horror when you go knocking on the doors of the electorate if they find out that you've lost your moral compass and not supported the potential planning application or the advertising boards themselves. It takes a special kind of person, I believe, to become a foster parent. Good character, strength, kindness, good values, a willingness to help and make a difference, among just a few of the qualities that our leader Mick Barton has displayed in pushing to get these displays put up. He has a list the length of his arm from businesses, other people who wish to help sponsor these campaigns, which will see this investment become cost neutral and potentially turn a profit for the county council. Let's be clear. If you think investing £75,000 into an additional vehicle to support advertising campaign that would make one child safe and into the warm bosom of a new family, give them a new start in life, go and give your head a wobble. That's not the Conservative way. That might not be the Reform way. But that should be the way. Finally, Madam Chair, I just mentioned the roads. There's been a lot of talk about the roads. About 39 years ago, I learnt to drive a car, passed my driving test. I learnt to drive on the left of the road. After 39 years of Uni-Party rule, I only get to drive on what's left of the road. Thank you, Madam Chair. Fantastic.
It's nothing to do with this council. So you just said what he said is a disgrace. You're a disgrace. Questioning that.
Chairman, coming across very aggressive.
Madam Chairman, I am not going to stand here and be accused of not putting people into foster cares because I don't agree with what goes on a banner. That is a disgraceful slur on every single member of the opposition party. And you are all a disgrace. I am not surprised, and I am not not at all surprised given your policies on immigration, on chaos and discrimination. Not at all surprised at all. Some of you should go to his stall because I know what you think.
Can we please move on? Councillor John, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the council and the general public who are watching. We appreciate this opportunity to be able to debate civilly the budget, the annual budget that's been presented. So I stand to support the annual budget that's been presented from Councillor Matthews, Rawson and his team. And that does, I believe this budget does more than balance a ledger. It serves as a statement of intent for the children of Nottinghamshire and families. This budget provides the fuel for the children of, for the Nottinghamshire plan, spearheaded by Councillor Doddy, a guiding vision to ensure that every young person, regardless of their starting point, finds a true sense of belonging within our community. As the torch has been passed to the Education and SEND portfolio holder, Councillor Wright, I have been able to take time to proudly reflect on a period of intense reform within just under 7 months of being in position as Cabinet, where we simply did not just manage the decline, but we also redesigned the system with high quality delivery balanced with fiscal responsibility at its core. I am proud to have seen the introduction and pushed for the DSG recovery plan in December introduced, which is the recovery plan to secure, which will help, to secure our position in the final local government settlement, because this strategic work the government has pledged, because of this strategic work, the government has pledged to resolve 90% of accumulated high needs deficit, a lifeline worth tens of millions of pounds. Within the recommissioning, we completely overhauled the AP processes by moving to a more competitive merit-based framework. We decided to introduce the unprecedented fiscal rigour while ensuring that most of our vulnerable learners within alternative provision can have access to the highest quality support. Regarding the transparency, and resources, we have ended the era of closed door decisions with a transparent bidding process for school capital projects. Furthermore, we have introduced dedicated additional resources for home elected education, which I am proud, ensuring that these families remain a supported and visible part of our community. Madam Chair, inclusivity is not just a policy, it is an evidence reality in Nottinghamshire. So we have seen a steady reduction within this administration of EHCP waiting times, particularly within the autism pathways, assess pathways. By doubling our SEND pathway officers, we were finally able to be meeting the families at the door rather than making them wait in the hallway. We are leading the way with a SEND data dashboard. As many of you know, it's an award national winning initiative that is actively reshaping services. We are currently rolling out this transparency at a school level, allowing us to see exactly where inclusion is working and where more support is needed. Feedback from our families, as recently even within the SEND Improvement Board report, feedback from the families have seen overwhelming positivity regarding our new speech and language advice lines and the specialist drop-in sessions within our family hubs. As an educator and teacher, I'm particularly interested in I welcome warmly the government's new white paper that's been released this month, where every child achieving and thriving is prioritised. Their proposal for experts at hand and digital individual support plans, the ISPs, which are coming into play, mirrors the inclusive first model we have pioneered here, a national policy which is finally following Nottinghamshire's lead. So to my successor, as an education practitioner, I encourage within this new year's budget within the New Year's budget, that you will continue to protect the delivery of the 20 SEND hubs. These are essential for keeping our children close to home and reducing transport costs. I'm glad that you've inherited a department that has gained a momentum, and it leans into data, continuing the school level dashboard rollout, which drives up standards and inclusion, spearheaded by the wonderful Tracy Ayres and her department. I hope that you will continue, and I'm sure you will, to represent the parents and the carers and the children at the heart of every decision, and never losing the direct links to the lived experiences of our families, in which I ardently fought for to protect and improve. Madam Chair, with the family and children being placed at the forefront of this administration, this budget has the potential to be an investment in hope. It is ambitious, it is inclusive, and it is built on a foundation of sound financial management. It has been the privilege of my life to serve the children and families of Nottinghamshire as Cabinet, and I will continue to do so within my division and this County Council. And I commend this budget to the Council. Just one more thing, if you don't mind, Madam Chair. I'd also like to wish a fast and successful, speedy recovery for Peter McConaughey, who's the Education Director. And
Thank you, Councillor. I now call Councillor Bingham to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's taken some time, but finally got here. You can probably guess the subject, but I'd like to thank Stuart and James, Nigel and team for the preparation of this prudent and balanced budget, which I support, and hopefully we'll remember to remind you of that at the end. We've covered a lot of ground today. One of the things that I wanted to touch on quite quickly was behaviour and our responsibility towards others, and given a few outbursts today, I'm referring to our employees, whether direct or indirect, whether at the council offices or at VIA, for example. A lot of people have been very polite in their approach to their office, to the managers, the district managers, etc., and some not. So I just urge that everybody please behave themselves, basically, responsibly, professionally, politely. Thank you. Now, there are a couple of things that I wanted to talk about, basically, because I'm not usually, as you know, political, but it's got a little bit political today. So we've inherited a position as a council. I'm referring to the highways now. A bit of them in places, moonscape out there, where we've got surface shelling. Sometimes it looks worse than it actually is, but that is the consequence of years of underinvestment. And I will come to what we're going to do about it shortly. So I could go back to the 2008 Blair Brown banking crash and the 2010 onwards Cameron Clegg austerity years, where we've had underinvestment in our highways network. The net result of that is a 16.8 billion backlog in national road repairs. The government takes 32 billion yearly from road users. That would cover the backlog twice over, but they actually reinvest through us Highways Authority, where we have statutory authority, of course, 1.6 billion, or £1 in every 25%. Our job here is to go out, and somebody said it earlier, and lobby for more investment as strongly as you possibly can, and not turn your guns inwards perpetually. The cumulative backlog in Nottinghamshire County Council was approaching 400 million before this winter, and I'm sure we'll get an update on that at some point. I think Councillor Gowland did refer to the amount of money investment at 73 million that we'll be putting into highways this year, but we need 82 million just to stand still, because we are managing a declining asset. It's deteriorating all the time. So we're used to be referred to as being behind the black ball in terms of the full game. Right. Where am I going now? Our changes. I'd like to say with some of the comments that have been made, I've got a lot I can agree with. It's been said across the floor. Councillor Bestwick said that we put residents first. We certainly do. We have that legal and safety liability. He also said we have years of deterioration, which I agree with. Councillor Lee said that the roads are worse than they have ever been. Yes, they are, and we've inherited that position. It's almost as though we've got landmines planted all around the county. Now, and Councillor Intrelny did confirm that we are in a state of managed decline, so we do need more funding. I'll keep coming back to that because that's the one we need to emphasise most. Now, the got the wrong one. Give me a moment. Yeah, in terms of what are we doing about it then? People have already seen that today there's been published an urgent decision to invest 2 million over the next few weeks because we can't wait until the start of the next tax year on resurfacing at more than 35 of the worst locations across the county. These will be permanent renewal works, not just quick fixes, patching with Viafix, for example, consisting of single plane out and resurface, which are too large for hand-lay patching or hot box operations. We're also going to be ring fencing under the new budget, £5 million of next year's highway maintenance capital budget so that we can deploy 10 additional patching crews, 2 of which will be pothole pros currently under negotiation. In March, we'll release the 3-year programme, capital programme for, I lost my point, got my glasses on here, detailing the sites that will be resurfaced. This will be a significant programme of work with over 4.5 million square metres of road proposed to be resurfaced or patched. We'll also be reviewing the type of materials we use, and we'll be using thicker layers of asphalt and stronger materials, hot rolled asphalt instead of stone mastic asphalt, to get technical. This will ensure that new road surfaces last for a longer time, or a long time. That will automatically reduce the amount of temporary emergency pothole repairs using Viafix. In the meantime, we're continuing to progress opportunities for more highway maintenance funding, including a share of the unallocated highway and transport funding held by MCA. We do see, we inherited the position again, LGR, MCA, as an opportunity for infrastructure investment and regeneration. We're not kidding ourselves that this money will be enough, although it's a good start. I've already talked about the amount of money government has, and our priority has to be focused on going out and lobbying your MPs, particularly Labour MPs, to get more funding for the county to invest in our highways. There was a mention earlier about the other assets. We have 14 asset classes, and drainage was one of them, white lining was another. We also inherited a £7 million backlog in white lining, just as an example. So there you are. I can't emphasise enough that we need to be getting more investment. So everybody in this council chamber has a responsibility to help us do that. I'd be very grateful if you could do that. Yeah, well, regarding that, I'm not going to take your budget to pieces. Stand by for the next phase of investment that we're looking for and confident of securing. We are in I'll call it negotiations generally, and we are talking about large amounts of money. I don't know what he said. Right. That's it, really. I can commend the budget, reject the amendment, and thank you very much for your time. I'm usually brief, so.
Councillor Brown to speak now, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm glad they do.
I'd just like to make a brief statement in support of the original motion, that is the reform budget. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Cabinet Member for Finance's Deputy, fellow councillors and officers for all their hard work in putting this proposed budget together. This budget is about responsibility and delivering the services our residents both expect and deserve. It recognises the pressures we face as a council, rising demand in adult social care, increasing complexity in SEND services, inflation and years of financial constraint. But instead of pretending these pressures don't exist, it confronts them honestly. It protects the most vulnerable, older residents, children at risk and those with disabilities, because safeguarding is not optional. It supports investment in highways and infrastructure, the everyday issues residents talk to us about on the doorstep. People expect safer roads and well-maintained streets, and this is a budget that reflects that priority. It is a balanced, deliverable, which is focused on sustainability, incorporating efficiency whilst delivering quality. To sum up, it is a responsible budget that keeps this council stable while improving how we deliver our services. And for these reasons, I will be supporting this budget and ask other members to do the same.
Councillor Brown was our last speaker. So may I remind members that the end time limit for this meeting is 5:30 p.m. And the meeting will only continue beyond this if necessary and not before 8. So,
We're going to carry on.
we're going to carry on.
Beyond.
No. So I'm just checking whether any seconders who reserve their right to speak and not yet spoken wish to do so now. That's Councillor Smith.
Yeah.
And Councillor Barton. Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Madam Chairman, what's been made absolutely clear from the debate today is that we're debating two completely different documents. One is serious, costed and asset-backed, thanks to the work of my fantastic Shadow Cabinet Member for Finance. The other is what I could only describe as reforms, broken, promise, budget. Can you all remember those leaflets? I know we're not allowed props, so I'm going to put this behind my book like that, just for weight purposes. What did they promise in their broken promise manifesto? Reform, Madam Chairman, promised to freeze or cut council tax. Reform promised radical savings. Reform promised to shake up the system. What have we got instead? We have a 3.99% council tax, another reform broken promise, costing the taxpayers of Nottinghamshire £20 million. And the budget in front of us, proposed by Reform, is built on complete assumptions that will not be delivered. Sandcastles at Skegness will last longer than those saving plans, Madam Chairman. The budget is about priorities, and Reform have showed us theirs. They've chosen, since getting elected, your decision, not ours, shock horror, you have actually made some decisions, £75,000 on hanging flags across the county. £75,000 of taxpayers' money spent on hanging flags on lampposts. Guess how many potholes you could have filled with that, Councillor Bingham? 1,000. 1,000 potholes right across the county. 1,000 people out there who would not have popped tyres or broken springs as a result of Reform. Instead, they're choosing bunting over bitumen, flags over footways, symbolism over substance. And while they're doing that, residents are still swerving round craters in Residential Street. And that, Madam Chairman, tells you everything you need to know about Reform's priorities. They've chosen to renovate the members' car park, and there is no sign of any revenue, no sign at all in your revenue budget of any sponsorship money you're going to get back. Do you know why? Because it isn't going to happen. Another broken promise or made up from Reform. It's complete nonsense, Madam Chairman. And what have we got in the Conservative alternative budget? we've chosen to resurface residential roads, 1,000. Reform have chosen to put money into savings. We Conservatives have chosen to put it into tarmac. Reform have prioritised hanging flags. We Conservatives prioritise fixing potholes. That, Madam Chairman, is the difference between the Conservative alternative budget that's getting things done and Reform's broken promise budget, Madam Chairman. And by the way, we have pothole reporting data, Councillor Rich, so I would not stand there very smugly if I was you. We've got the same data that you probably haven't seen, and everybody in your party should probably take a leaf out of your book because you're the highest, Councillor Rich, so congratulations to you. And let's talk even more about highways if we can, Madam Chairman, because our residents certainly are. The Conservative budget delivers an additional £90 million into highways, thanks to the work that Councillor Introne has done. £90 million extra. We've heard that you need more money. We've got a plan. Go and do it. That's not tinkering around the edges. It's not patchwork. That is transformational. £70 million in capital, £20 million in revenue. 1,000 residential roads right across the county that can be resurfaced, including Main Street, Balderton, Councillor Lee, in our patch. Winter resilience that you haven't done, we can do it with this money again. Gullies clean, drainage renewed and pavements repaired. We are tackling the root cause and not just the symptom. And let's be clear what that means in practice. It's not about reactive passion teams turning up with a shovel and buckets of tarmac. It's about proper resurfacing the roads right first time. That's what the residents want. That's what our budget delivers. And let's vote for the Conservative amendment, Madam Chairman. During the last Conservative administration that I was extremely proud to lead, we planned ahead for winter. Could you imagine? Winter comes every year. I don't know if it's on your calendar, but it's definitely on ours, and it comes round every year. What did we do, Councillor Clark? We put £4.8 million extra into winter resilience. That was crews on the ground, filling the potholes, investing in drainage works, and we prepared for winter. Not Reform, you haven't done it, because winter obviously doesn't happen in your area. Well, your residents certainly know it does now. Winter exposed the highway network, and with no winter package in place, that is why, with Reform's way, our roads are in an absolute disgrace. Our alternative budget, £90 million, more crews, more capacity, and more prevention works, and more right first time. So let's get on with it. Alongside the highways, Madam Chairman, we're proposing to invest in additional enforcement cars. 3 more cars that actually fund themselves, doubling the capacity and targeting those dangerous parking outside schools. I'm sure everybody has it in their inbox that parents want to make their children safer. So let's get on with it. Let's stop blocking the pavements. Let's clear up our village junctions, and let's make it safer for children to get in and out of school. Practical, visible, and it is what residents want. And Madam Chairman, as you will see throughout the whole of the Conservative amendment, it is the Conservatives delivering what they promised in our manifesto, not breaking the manifesto like everyone on that side of the chamber is about to do. That is the stark contrast. And then we turn to communities. You say that we reduce that. Absolutely, we reduce that. Do you know why? Because we was facing financial pressures like nothing more so, created by increasing inflation and costs by the Labour government. And what have you got in return? You've had a £78 million handout by the Labour government, which now allows us to do what we should be doing, and that's investing in the community. But you're putting it in your piggy bank. We'd put it in tarmac and into the communities. £600,000 makes a huge difference. Make a huge difference to every single division right across this county. It will empower local communities. It will help people get into their community and enjoy life. And it's not surprising, really, is it, Councillor Doddy, that you don't want to increase it? They call you in Broxtowe Dr. Doolittle now. 55 quid you've spent. 55 quid. No wonder why you don't want to increase it to 6,000 quid. We'll have your money because we'll invest in our sports groups, we'll invest in our youth projects, and we'll invest in the community.
Point of clarification. Yes, I know they call me Dr. Doolittle. It helps me when I'm talking to animals.
If I was you, Councillor Doddy, I wouldn't tell your residents on your next leaflet that you call them animals. We will now move to council tax, Madam Chairman. Reform stood Oh, I just need my book again. Sorry, I can't carry the leaflet. Reform stood, Madam Chairman, on promises to cut and freeze council tax. The new Cabinet Member for Finance leaflet said, we will cut and freeze council tax. The Leaders leaflet, let me just turn the page, says we will cut taxes. And what have they done, Madam Chairman? Even with 78 million quid from the Labour government, they're raising it by 3.99%. £20 million to fund, guess what? Reform's broken promise, Madam Chairman. What our Conservative amendment does, again, we couldn't do it when we was in power because we didn't have a £78 million bailout from the government. What does our alternative do, Stuart? It reduces your council tax increase to 2.99% and it will save the taxpayers of Nottinghamshire £5 million. And it's not a new idea. When this council was Conservative run between 2009 and 2013, what did we do? 0%. 0%. We froze council tax for 4 years running, and that is prudent Conservative administrations for you, Madam Chairman. And it's carrying on in Rushcliffe under the Conservatives. They freezed it as well. So let's not back Reform's broken promise budget. It is full of broken promises, investing absolutely nothing, and asks the public to pay more for less, Madam Chairman. Let's back the Conservative amendment. £90 million for highways, 600 grand back into communities, more SEND places closer to where the children need them. Adult social care reform, so if you're below the age of 55, you're not sat in a care home, we'll get you into the community, we'll make your life better, you can even get a job and enjoy life more than sitting in a care home. That's what we're going to do, that's real support for the residents, and we'll clear up the congestion on residential roads, and we will lower your council tax. 1 minute left, isn't it? Thank you. That is what we do. So Reform, you can go out today, you can choose flags, we'll choose tarmac. You can choose to renovate your own car park, we choose to renovate and repair residential streets. That is what today is about. It's about priorities, and the Conservatives are on the side of the residents right across Nottinghamshire. Let's vote down the Reform's budget and vote for our amendment. And I can't leave the last 30 seconds without mentioning Labour, because you've heard the Reform way today, which is the Reform way to broken promises. You've heard the Conservative way, which is delivering for the residents' priorities. Labour's way is they don't like the right or left turn, so they'll do absolutely nothing. Vote for the Conservative amendment, Madam Chairman.
I'll now call Councillor Barton, please.
Thank you, everybody. Councillor Smith, I don't know if anybody's told you, but you've got a microphone there. You don't need to shout. Right. Madam Chair, you know if I get interrupted, can I have some Fergie time, please? Right. Firstly, I would like to say how proud I am and how proud I feel today to be able to second our first balanced budget as Nottingham County Council leader, and I would like to thank my Cabinet member, Councillor Stuart Matthews, who's delivered today's budget, and his assistant, James Rawson, for what they've done today. I know this has been a real tough job and you've delivered it, so well done. Also, I'd like to thank Nigel Stevenson, who's not here, bless him, if you'll tell him, and his team and you and the rest of them, for helping us and giving us all the assistance to get this budget done, so thank you. I would like to thank everybody who has spoken on our side of the chamber today. I'm so very proud of every single one of you for stepping up today, and I really mean that. I am motivated every day by working with 40 excellent, passionate councillors in our group. In just 8 months, we've achieved more than most groups do in a 4-year term. I know that you are all resident and community-led in everything you do, in every day that you work in your roles as councillors. This is our first budget leading the County Council, and I am pleased to inform you that we have managed to deliver one of the lowest council tax rises in a decade, and I am proud of that. We did promise that we would keep taxes low as we could, and we have delivered that. And I've got my leaflets here, I've got all of them, and we said we'd keep council taxes low, and that's exactly what we've done. The government wanted us, the council, to put it up to 4.99. With careful management and services and budgets, we have delivered a 3.9 council tax rise for our residents who we serve. So far to date, we have also identified savings of £44.2 million to be delivered through our term of office. We intend to do this by keeping on top of our 4 monthly efficiency review of all the departments. We are making efficiencies where we can by streamlining processes and by introducing more efficient ways of working. We have created a new council plan. This piece of work has been developed over the last 8 months, looking at communities that need and where the county's resources are needed and best placed. You will have seen over the past few weeks that my cabinet and I have been going out into the communities, visiting businesses and holding our informal cabinet meetings in their premises. We have been welcomed with open arms, and we have many, many more across the county to visit over the next year, and we are full for the next year already. So, and that's the businesses contacting us, that's not us contacting the businesses, so thank you for everybody who supported us on that. We have made health and wellbeing one of our priorities, ensuring we have early interventions to have positive effect on health and wellbeing and a real impact for the residents that we serve and in their lives. We are committed to our armed forces and veterans community also. Our armed force veterans leader, Councillor Kelvin Wright, and his team are working really hard since being elected in serving our veterans in the community all over the county. Adult social care remains the authority's biggest budget spend. As our population ages and demands become higher, the key is to ensure that all people have a place to call home for as long as possible. Key schemes, shared lives and extra care are all vital to this. These services will continue, and indeed we will expand over our tenure, as we are the best method of promoting independence and wellbeing. Children and families. Our main aim is to encourage people to become fostering kinship carers and adopt a child. One of our main advertising opportunities for the newly erected banners to step forward and give a child in care a happy, loving home. If one child comes out of the care system and into a home, a loving home, with a view, it will be money well spent. It currently costs the council £250,000 for one child in the care system each year. We feel every child deserves a chance to be rehomed in a loving, safe and nurtured environment. I'd also like to thank Councillor Dodd for what he said earlier.
Yeah.
Very emotional. Thank you for that. We are also reviewing and improving the way that land and buildings are considered prior to disposal, and we are working more commercially to ensure the best value for our residents who we serve. We are thinking beyond traditional approaches and looking long-term sustainability. Last but not least, the highways. Let me tell you, over our tenure, the highways are going to improve. Forget all your rhetoric today, the highways will improve. And write that down because they will. As you are all aware, the level of decay and condition of the majority of highways is shocking. This is due to decades of neglect and the lack of funding being put into the roads from central government going back to the 90s. I'm not going to stand here today and blame one party. I'm not going to do it. It won't be fair. I have taken all the mudslinging from the other parties on the chin regarding highways, and I'll continue to do so. Because that's my job, I'm a leader. But it's not going to get to me. I'm just going to get on with the job I'm elected to do. We will make big improvements, and I'll assure you of that. Councillor Bingham and John, who's our newly appointed, John Siemens, who's our newly appointed Deputy for Highways, I know you'll do a cracking job, and we'll all support you. The Prime Minister, here's some facts. The Prime Minister stated that £2 billion is given to EMCA for the roads. This is not true. The reality is, he's given EMCA a small amount of money for the roads, which we are grateful for, but this is nowhere near enough to cover the decades of neglect. The government takes over £32 billion in taxes from road users every year, and yet they only give councils 5%. This is money back into to maintain the roads and to make them fit in a safe condition, which every motorist should have. I feel I have been working with the East Midlands Mayor and her team for more money on the roads, and I will continue to do so. We have a full schedule of work planned for the forthcoming year,
and we are bringing 2 pothole pros, which have been tried successfully in other councils. The JCB Pothole Pro is a game-changing, all-in-one road repair solution, engineered to cut, crop, clean and prepare potholes for permanent repair in a single pass, without need for multiple machines or crews. Built on the proven JCB platform, it streamlines operations, saves money and maximises safety and efficiency across the maintenance project. We know that's not the one solution, but it's going to help fix our roads. We have inherited a £391 million of deferred road and maintenance. We have delivered a record amount of maintenance with our short term of tenure, contrary to other people's opinions. 228 kilometres of roads have been patched, resurfaced and surface dressed, 2.5 times more than the year before alone. A key change we have already made this is prioritising preventative maintenance so potholes do not form in the first place, and this is what we're going to be doing over the next 2 to 3 years. This year we did more surface dressing than in the last 5 years added together. We have secured a 3-year financial settlement for highway maintenance from EMCA that sees year-on-year increases with more funding still available for. Councillor Smith, you have been very critical of the Pothole Pro in the media. Your answer to the road in your group is the Roadmaster machine. You're all singing, all dancing machine that the Conservatives told us is the answer to all our problems. You did not research it very well. Someone would say a coal lorry with a big pipe sticking out the front of it. This old coal lorry costs £322,000 and can only be used on country lanes, and is not fit for town roads, which is where the lion's share of the problems are, and potholes. It constantly clogs up and is only fit for a few months of the summer. It's impractical. However, I do have a few stats to show its work.
Councillor Barton, we only have 1 minute.
Oh, you're joking. Well, I'll leave that then.
Yeah.
The reason I have not mentioned your alternative, well, actually, it's been to Broxtowe once, twice to Mansfield, 6 to Ashfield, 44 to Bassetlaw, 56 to Rushcliffe, 70 to Newark, would you believe? And listen, Sam, you and your group are blaming one of your councillors. Have I got some Fergie time if you keep interrupting me? One of your councillors said they were blaming who built the roads. This was in 2019. So you're blaming the Romans. But now we've got in, you're blaming reform. I will not support the amendment. I haven't spoke about your amendment because it's nonsense. And I'm going to call it the Beano budget. And I've got a copy for you. I know we don't allow props, but I'll give it you after the meeting. I will not support the amendment. I have missed 3 or 4 pages out. I've got to support the reform budget, and it is the reform way in every way.
Time.
Thank you.
I now call upon Councillor Bestwick for his winding up speech. 10 minutes.
Thank you. That sounds like an invitation to wind you all up.
Yeah.
I
don't think things are that bad.
I don't have any books with broken promises on the front, so I can't use them as a prop like Councillor Barton did. First of all, can I just take this opportunity to thank the officers, particularly Gareth and his team, who helped us put our alternative budget together. I do want to address just a few of the points, the misconceptions, deliberately or otherwise, from the alternative budget that particularly Reform members have raised. It seems like a long time ago now, Councillor Walker-Gurley, but I think you mentioned that our asset sale would be a fire sale or something like that. We will still be maintaining the policies of best value. And you also said we just want to get the cash in. Well, I'm sorry, we do want to get the cash in. We want to get the cash in because we want to spend it on residents' priorities, the roads.
Yeah.
I think this was Councillor Justice and Councillor Clark and many others who mentioned the CDF. Yes, we reduced it from 5,000 to 3,000. We have the money now to put it up. You could have put it up. Councillor Matthews could have put it in his budget. He decided not to. We did. Councillor Calvin Wright, I think this is you, forgive me if it's not. You mentioned wages and the hard-working staff in the care sector. You're absolutely right. That's why my alternative budget, unlike Councillor Matthews' budget, allows an extra £2.4 million in each year as a contingency to make sure those people are paid properly. Councillor Answer, I think you wanted to analyse the under 50 cohort moving into assisted living in their own homes, and you questioned that. Well, we're putting an extra £1 million of contingencies in addition to the reform budget to make sure that we cover any slippages. Councillor Doddy, you said that reform stands for family, community and county. I think you said county. So what I don't understand is our budget could give your families and your community and your county £90 million for roads, £25 million for adult social care and £2.5 million for send-ups. You've said no. That's the party before family, before community and before county. I don't know who said this, but several. I've got about 5 people written down. Apparently it's easy to say things in opposition because we know we don't have to deliver them. Do you know what's even easier? To put stuff on your leaflets that you know you've got no intention of delivering. That's the reform way. Councillor Rich, I think it was, and a few others as well. We're investing in our alternative budget, we're investing £25 million to provide support to move people under 50 years of age into better living, independent living. That has been proven to be able to be done from national surveys, and we're putting £25 million in to make that happen, unlike your reform budget. Thank you. Have a glass of water at this point. Councillor Rawson, you said the residents in Nottingham are no fools. Then you said that £73 million is going into the roads. That's the same as last year. How are you going to fix the roads if it's the same as last year? You're dead right. The residents of Nottingham are no fools and they're going to see straight through that. Councillor Robertson, we are under new... I can't remember what you said. You're there, aren't you?
It was all
Memorable. Yeah.
Memorable, Father.
The reason we've been able, a big reason why I've been able to produce this alternative budget today is because, a bit like the Conservative Party nationally, we are under new leadership. That means the Conservative way. That means putting the taxpayers first. Councillor Stoll. I thought to myself, why does Councillor Stoll always need to start his speeches with personal attacks? I don't know why you do that. Then I thought to myself, I know why he's doing that. He has no coherent argument. Councillor Barton, I do hope your pothole pro works. Sincerely, I think everybody in this house hopes it works because we all are united in wanting the roads fixed. So I hope it works. But I must just take exception with you over one thing. You described our alternative budget as laughable. It sounds like you're not going to vote for it. So I wonder if you'll think about this. If residents are going to be laughing when their wheels on their cars are destroyed, if residents are going to be laughing when their homes continue to be flooded, or are they going to be laughing when they can't get a send place for their children because you've said no to £90 million for roads, £25 million for adult social care and £2.5 million for send places. Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm told that our alternative budget is the most detailed alternative budget in over 20 years. So today is about choice. Yes, it is, by the way. For those who've been here for longer than 20 years. On the one hand, we can vote for a bold, innovative and dynamic alternative budget that rewrites the rules of financing local government, or we settle for Reform's safe, uninspiring and forgettable budget. I'm afraid what we have before us from Reform today does not live up to their election promises. It is Reform's broken promise budget. It is overly reliant on assumptions, at times speculative, and ultimately fails to deliver on any of the commitments and promises made to the residents who put their trust in them. I started work on our alternative budget on the day I was appointed a shadow cabinet member for finance. I started by speaking to residents about their needs, their expectations, and what they wanted from elected representatives. Then I spoke to every department director and asked them for their priorities. Every measure in this alternative budget is a direct result of those conversations.
Yeah.
It is, after all, they who put us here and they who pay our wages. The Conservative alternative budget is a fully costed plan. It is validated by this council as both deliverable financially and legally, in exactly the same way that Reform's budget is. It will invest an extra 90 million into our roads, resurfacing hundreds of residential streets, fixing drainage properly, strengthening winter resilience, and ending the cycle of repeat potholes. It will deliver real transformation in adult social care, investing 25 million into modern services. It will expand SEND provision with around 20 additional SEND hubs, reducing travel times, easing transport pressures, and ensuring more children can access the right support quicker and closer to home. It will put £600,000 of direct funding back into our communities. It will also cut Reform's proposed council tax rise from 3.99% to a below inflation 2.99%, saving taxpayers £5 million every year. This fully costed plan is built on assets, backed by capital receipts and strengthened by extra contingencies. So the Conservative alternative budget is clearly different. But I want to be clear, there is a risk to this alternative budget. But the risk is not financial, it is in the delivery. In other words, can we deliver the realisation of assets within the time frame encapsulated in the MTFS? As you have seen, the plan is very detailed and relies on us receiving the income, wait for it, before spending.
Oh.
That is the Conservative way. Yeah. Whomever is delivering this plan, the challenge is there. It can be done, and it must be done for the sake of every resident in Nottinghamshire who despairs at the roads, has their lives ruined by flooding, and has a child waiting for a SEND place or any of the other things. So, colleagues from all parties, I say to you, the real risk of the alternative budget is not voting for it.
Yeah.
I call upon Councillor Matthews for his right of reply. 15 minutes.
Thanks very much. Well, I certainly won't be wasting 15 minutes. First of all, one little thing. I've been taking some notes. I'd like to thank Councillor Brown for mentioning the good work that is done in his ward by the councillors. You guys could learn a lot from Councillor Brown. I've worked with him from day one. He's been a credit to your party, and how on earth you've not promoted him from being on the back of the queue at the front is astonishing. He's your best councillor over there, and you don't use him. Thank you, Councillor Clooney and Wright, for reminding us of the vote faced by the Conservatives on the mismanaging the roads and cutting the council divisional fund. And thank you for some very passionate speeches by colleagues Councillor Green, Justice, showing why Reform are here to work for the residents of Nottingham. I never realised that the Reform way would become so popular, and
No.
well, it is.
Yeah, you've said
it is. It is because it's been used over 310 times now, so it's very popular. I've counted them on my little TikTok. But anyway, Councillor Smith, or what do we call you, Councillor? Captain Hindsight. Captain Hindsight.
Captain Hindsight.
You said our budget was built on sand. Your budget's built on quicksand. And let me explain why. It's all built on cashing in assets. Councillor Girling's at the back there, and I'll give you a few figures from February 2021 assets, your budget was 12.9, you brought in 3.5. 22-23, your budget to bring in was 11.8. You brought in 5.8. 23-24, your budget was 20.9. You brought in minus 20. And the first three also were minus numbers as well. Now we go on to 24-25. 22.6, your budget was. Surprise, surprise. Minus 12.3. February this year, your budget, not ours, 40.2 million of selling assets. 40.2 million assets. Do you know what you bought in today? Your budget? Come on, you know the figures, Mr. Bestwick. Come on, let's have it. You've got the figures.
No,
No, I'll tell you. I'll tell you, my friend, because you've not done it.
It's your speech.
15.9. Councillor Gurley, you've gone very quiet, my friend. You're in charge of all these things. Now, all of a sudden, you've got this magic asset number of an extra 100 million that we've put down that's going to pay for all these things. Brilliant. This is not the reform way, my friend. But I think on that wonderful note of honesty, truthfulness, directness, and facts, I'll finish. Thank you very much.
Councillors, can I just have some quiet, please? There will need to be separate recorded votes on both the amendment and the motion. I will take the vote on the amendment first, followed by the motion. The Chief Executive will call the roll and will inform me of the results. I will then announce the results and move on to the vote for the substantive motion. Please remember to use your microphones when giving your vote, and I will now hand over to the Chief Executive.
Okay, members, thank you. Firstly, a vote for the Conservative Group amendment, recommendations for which are in your pack on pages 181 and 182. So votes for, against or abstention for the Conservative Group amendment, starting with Councillor Adams. For. Councillor Adegoke.
Against, please.
Councillor Ansah.
Against.
Councillor Barlow.
Against.
No,
Oh, sorry.
It's been a long day, and someone did try and pull me over earlier.
Chief, can we have a recount on that, please?
I just asked for a get.
Members, thank you. I'm sorry, Councillor Barlow, I didn't hear that. Councillor Barton.
Okay, you've lost me now. Against, sorry.
Councillor Bestwick.
Well, order needs to be restored, so I'm for.
Councillor Bingham.
Against.
Councillor Bite.
Against.
Councillor Brill.
Against.
Councillor Brown. Andy Brown. Councillor Kevin Brown.
Against.
Councillor Butler.
For.
Councillor Carr.
For.
Councillor Chowdhury.
Against.
Councillor David Clark.
Against.
Councillor Neil Clark.
For.
Councillor Clooney.
Against.
Councillor Cox.
Against.
Councillor Dale.
Against.
Councillor Darrington.
Against.
Councillor Dodd.
Against.
Councillor Doddy.
Against.
Councillor Faccio.
Against.
Councillor Gamble.
Against.
Councillor Girling.
For.
Councillor Gould.
Against.
Councillor Gowland.
Against.
Councillor Green.
Against.
Councillor Introna.
For.
Councillor John.
Against.
Councillor Justice.
Against.
Councillor Lawton. Councillor Lee.
For the Conservative way.
Councillor Limber.
Against.
Councillor Lowe.
Against.
Councillor Lukacs.
Against.
Councillor Mann.
Against.
Councillor Mason.
Against.
Councillor Matthews.
The Reform way against.
Councillor McCormack.
Against.
Councillor Om. Councillor Pearson.
For.
Councillor Rawson.
Against.
Councillor Rich.
Against.
Councillor Robertson.
Against.
Councillor Saban.
Against.
Councillor Saddington. Councillor Siemens.
Against.
Councillor David Smith.
Against.
Councillor Sam Smith.
For.
Councillor Stoll.
Against.
Councillor Upton.
For.
Councillor Vernon.
Against.
Councillor Walker Gurley.
Against.
Councillor Ward.
Against the Conservative way.
Councillor Wheatcroft.
Against.
Councillor Wheeler. Councillor Wilmot.
Abstain.
Councillor Calvin Wright.
Against.
Councillor Martin Wright.
Against.
Councillor Simon Wright.
Against.
Okay, bear with us.
Yeah.
I've got mine on now. But I don't.
You go for it.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Councillors. Councillors, I declare that the Conservative Group amendment has fallen. Yeah. The voting fors were 17. Abstentions 1 and against 43.
Okay, members, thank you. So we are now asking for your vote on the substantive motion, recommendations for which on page 35 and 36 of your book, starting with Councillor Adams.
Against Reform Way.
Councillor Adegoke.
For.
Councillor Ansah.
For.
Councillor Barlow.
Against.
Councillor Barton.
For.
Councillor Bestwick.
Against.
Councillor Bingham. For. Councillor Bite.
For.
Councillor Brill.
For.
Councillor Andy Brown.
Against.
Councillor Kevin Brown.
For.
Councillor Butler.
Against.
Councillor Carr.
Against.
Councillor Chowdhury.
For.
Councillor David Clark.
For.
Councillor Neil Clark.
Against.
Councillor Clooney.
Against.
Councillor Cox.
For the Reform Way.
Councillor Dale.
For.
Councillor Darrington.
For.
Councillor Dodd.
For.
Councillor Doddy.
For.
Councillor Faccio.
Against.
Councillor Gamble.
For.
Councillor Girling.
Against.
Councillor Gould.
For.
Councillor Gowland.
Against.
Councillor Green.
For.
Councillor Introna.
Against.
Councillor John.
For.
Councillor Justice.
For.
Councillor Lawton. Councillor Lee.
Against Reform.
Councillor Limber.
For.
Councillor Lowe.
For.
Councillor Lukacs.
For.
Councillor Mann.
For.
Councillor Mason.
For.
Councillor Matthews.
For.
Councillor McCormack.
For.
Councillor On. Councillor Pearson.
Against.
Councillor Rawson.
For.
Councillor Rich.
For.
Councillor Robertson.
For.
Councillor Saban.
For.
Councillor Saddington.
Against.
Councillor Siemens.
For.
Councillor David Smith. Councillor Sam Smith.
Against.
Councillor Stoll.
For.
Councillor Upton.
Against.
Councillor Vernon.
For.
Councillor Walker Gurley.
For.
Councillor Ward.
For.
Councillor Wheatcroft.
For.
Councillor Wheeler. Councillor Wilmot.
Abstain.
Councillor Kelvin Wright.
For.
Councillor Martin Wright.
For.
Councillor Simon Wright.
For.
Bear with us.
I declare that the motion has been carried. Voting was for 40, against 20, and 1 abstention. So, sorry. No, you can't. So, thank you. Just bear with me. I just want to thank you, everyone, for attending. Don't go yet. And for all those viewing online. This meeting is now closed, so off you go.